Yeah.
Pat, before you call this to order,
Yeah.
do we have?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. The call to order the regular meeting of the Sacramento Local Agency Formation Commission on tonight, Wednesday, February 7th, 2018, and ask that the executive officer please call the roll.
Sue Frost,
Here.
Susan Peters, Gay Jones,
Here.
Jack Harrison,
Here.
Ron Greenwood,
Here.
Angelique Ashby, Chair Hume.
I am here. And so we have a quorum. This meeting of the Local Agency Formation Commission is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse. The meeting is also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv, and today's meeting will be reposted Saturday, February 10th at 2 p.m., or repeated, Saturday, February 10th at 2 p.m. and Sunday, February 11th at noon on Channel 14. This meeting is also closed captions. We ask at this time if you would please turn off or silence any cell phones or noise-making devices. And we do have speaker slips that are at the back of the room on the table and on the front podium as well. If you would please fill them out and hand them to our clerk when she returns, and that way I can call you up when it's your turn to speak. Appreciate that. And now if you'd please join Director Greenwood and address the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Director Greenwood. Now we'll go to public comment from the floor. This is for anybody that has any item to address before LAFCO that is not an agendized item on this evening's agenda. Something that is not already agendized that you'd like to address? Okay, seeing nobody come forward, I would move to the first item on the agenda.
The consent calendar is the first item on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move the consent item.
Very good. I have a motion from Jones. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Greenwood. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to the next item, regular business items.
This item is the commission appointment of the vice chair for this calendar year of 2018. Briefly, at the regular meeting of the commission in December of 2017, Commissioner Hume was appointed unanimously by the commission present. At that time, the pleasure of the commission was to defer action on the vice chair appointment in that there were some expected changes in some of the appointments from some of the appointing boards. So by way of rotation, as adopted by your commission, the vice chair seat would go to the county representative at this time. And however, the action or appointment by your commission is completely at the commission discretion.
Yeah, Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, thank you.
want to say at our meeting in January where we do our nominations for various boards, Supervisor Cerna decided he wanted to do a different board, and Supervisor Frost stepped in, so I would nominate her to be vice chair.
And Mr. Chair, I second that.
Okay, well, welcome to the board. Thank you. Careful what you wish for. You come in and get appointed to vice chair. I have a motion by Peters, seconded by Jones. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Passes unanimously. Congratulations to Vice Chair Frost.
The next item is the discussion of a consulting contract with environmental economic planning systems to augment acting for technical support of staff. It's a short-term contract to provide some support with staff to do some technical analysis, kind of beef up our fiscal approaches to some of the municipal services reviews. You'll recall that we've adopted some new guidelines in December, or augmented the existing guidelines that we have been applying. The contract is not to exceed $15,000, and in the event anything changes on that, we would come back to your commission.
Move the item.
Very good. Is there anybody wishing to comment on this item? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I have a motion from Commissioner Peters, seconded from Commissioner Harrison. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions or objections? And we will welcome Commissioner Ashby for the record. And move on to item 6, please.
Item 6, this is part of the redistribution of the revenues that were part of the redevelopment agency process. There are presently 7 active redevelopment boards or redevelopment oversight boards throughout the county. Each of the cities in the county has one. Citrus Heights has wrapped up their proceedings. This is an opportunity through legislative mandate to use the LAFCO special district appointment process to apply to appoint a member of the special district community to serve on the redevelopment oversight board. Those 7 boards are going to be combined into one board. They'll be comprised of 7 members, from 1 to represent the cities, 1 to represent 2 from the Board of Supervisors appointments, 2 from community colleges and the school board. So what we've done is we've identified that there are 13 affected, fiscally impacted special districts, and so we would recommend that the commission direct staff to use the proceedings or the procedure of the special district selection process to reach out to those 13 affected districts to ask for nominations for both a primary and an alternate member, and then we would conduct a vote amongst those same 13 special districts.
Very good. Any questions for staff at this point? Commissioner Jones.
No, I'm just
questions?
getting ready to make the motion to accept.
I have a question. Yeah.
Commissioner Peters.
Don, will you be consulting with any members of the board about your thoughts on this nomination?
Much like the special district proceedings, it's generally done amongst the special districts. We can certainly report back with the outcome, or we can report back with the nomination outcome.
Yeah, something interim is what I'm after.
As in, what we want to get the appointments made by July 1, so we can come back next month with a little bit more
Information. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Second. Second from Commissioner Greenwood. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, on to public hearing items.
The next item before the commission will be the consideration of a landowner-initiated project, Camera Road Highway 99 Sphere of Influence Amendment. This is initiated on the part of the landowners to amend the sphere of influence for the city of Elk Grove, for the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, and for the Sacramento Area Sewer District. The commission has completed an environmental impact report, a recirculated environmental impact report, and issued a final environmental impact report, as well as the the draft municipal service review. With that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'd move to the staff presentation.
Okay, any questions of the executive officer before the staff presentation? Looks like we're ready.
Okay. By way of clarification, we're seeking action on from your commission this evening for certification of the environmental impact report, adoption of the mitigation monitoring plan, adoption of the resolution of statement of overrides, and the staff recommendation is for approval of the application for 1,156 acres. Essentially, what's before the commission is this application. You have the authority as a commission. You can take action to approve the project, to disapprove the project, to modify the project, and approve it. So those are the actions. What's before the commission is a sphere of influence amendment. This is a threshold policy question. There is no physical impact to the environment. There's no development that will occur as a direct result of this decision. It will allow the city and the affected districts, the SASD and regional sanitation, to put this area on their radar to begin master planning. And also, in this case, the Sacramento County Water Agency would be one of those agencies, not subject to LAFCO oversight, but they would also be given an opportunity to, with the sphere of influence approval, to develop long-range infrastructure planning and financing as well. This can be viewed as the sphere is essentially the ultimate growth boundary of an agency, in this case the probable ultimate boundary, in this case the city of Elk Grove. One of the constraints to any of these other agencies doing the planning is the County of Sacramento General Plan, as adopted in 1993 and then renewed, refreshed in 2013, I believe, developed the urban services boundary. The USB serves as the boundary, service boundary for regional sanitation and SASD. So they are, with the approval of a sphere, it allows those entities and the County Water Agency to begin the long-range planning. So that's really the crux of the idea here. The city's staff has given comments of support on this proposal. It speaks to the need to accommodate over the long run anticipated growth for both employment and residential development. The idea is to increase the opportunities for employment, to have a little bit more capture for the city of both jobs and sales tax in the event of retail. The project is consistent with the affected general plan and with LAFCO policies. We do have, by statute, your commission, it's spelled out in your executive officer's report. We need to go down the list of findings that why this is consistent as far as is it in the path of growth. Is there a logical expectation of the availability of services? Because do those services have the means, capacity, and wherewithal to anticipate serving this area without any adverse impact to their existing service areas or ratepayers? Those are the kind of questions that can be answered once the lands are within a sphere of influence. The project is your commission, as I mentioned, your authority is to approve it, and you can approve it with conditions. We have proposed 22 conditions with about 15 sub-conditions speaking to regional planning demands on issues such as air quality, transportation, jobs, and housing balance. There's also extensive mitigation measures within the environmental impact report that speak to similar issues, going from aesthetics to biological resources, habitat, flora, identified species, transportation, again, utilities availability and capacities. So we've gone through the process. We presented this to your commission at several key benchmarks going through the environmental review as well as the municipal service review. All of this information has been provided to the public. It's available on our website. It continues to be available on the website. The idea that there is acreage available within the city limits, about give or take 1,800 acres that are unspoken for, if you will. They're not presently entitled to do any sort of development. They are throughout. If we can go to. I think we have. Let's see. This gives you a good vicinity. I apologize. Let me go back and orient the community. The project is the 1,156 acres right here. Highway 99 is north-south on the easterly side. Grant Line Road comes down to the interchange and then goes across. Ultimately, that it becomes Camera Road and finds its way over to I-5. This alignment right here would be the proposed alignment along Camera for the southeast connector, if it's being proposed by the Joint Powers Authority, of which Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, Sacramento County, Sac County Water Agency, the JPA itself are all members. So this current Camera Road would become a limited access throughway connecting ultimately Highway 50 and I-5. To the north, you have what's called the Southeast Planning Area, recently approved by the City of Elk Grove for various mixed uses, including employment. I believe that in this general vicinity is the former, or the approved mall. I think that's also close to where there's been some talk about Wilton Rancheria going in with casino. I believe the feds have given their recent blessings to that. So, here's a map that this exhibit indicates where the vacant land, the vacant land opportunities are for within the city limits presently. It's the estimation of staff that 1,700 acres, while it is available, it's fairly fragmented and scattered throughout the city. It's difficult to get a really big footprint on there if you're trying to go for a major employer. So it does represent some areas and opportunities for growth, probably at a general rate of use, about a 10-year horizon. Going back to the idea of the sphere of influence, the sphere is a much longer horizon. It allows for long-range planning to begin. It doesn't have a time frame for necessarily implementation. So while there's some thought that the city has adequate area for growth, with the projections of population. The population now is sitting on around 170,000. It's anticipated there's going to be about another 40,000 by the time the community builds out, as well as working towards more job opportunities to help for capturing travel to job centers outside of the city. That's for an air quality benefit. So. It is difficult to really put a crystal ball to the rate of growth or the timing of demand, but one of the rationales for this recommendation by staff is that this is an appropriate location. It's proximate to transportation improvements and infrastructure improvements, or that can be modified or extended to serve the area. So. The demand and the capacities of services, including, that's one of the dynamics here also, if I can backtrack. Elk Grove is a contract city in the sense that it provides land use planning, public safety, law enforcement, building inspections, transportation services. However, it relies on other districts such as Sacramento Regional County Sanitation, Sacramento Area Sewer District to provide those services. That's why their sphere is included in this. It also receives parks and fire services through the Consumnes Community Services District. That's not, they're already in the service boundary for Consumnes CSD, but they are that service is discussed more fully in the municipal service review. And also, they do receive water both from the Elk Grove Water District, which is on the other side of Highway 99, and the Sac County Water Agency. So this, again, would give the Board of Supervisors, who oversees the operations of Sac County Water Agency, the opportunity to think about providing some services there. So it's a little bit unique than as opposed to the Folsom, which is primarily a full-service city. When your commission was considering that annexation, that's why we have a few more moving pieces. One of the issues and areas of concern raised through public comments is the issue of availability of water. The responses of the Sac County Water Agency are that they have the means and the capacity to do the master planning, however, not the authority, because it's outside of the urban services boundary. So it's kind of a little bit of a chicken and egg of how do you identify the source until you have the authority to do the studies. Another issue you may hear about is the draft South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan. It was released for public review and circulation. That review is closed, and it's anticipated that it will be going to the County Planning Commission sometime in March, and then the idea is that it will be adopted by the various participating agencies. Elk Grove, the City of Elk Grove is not a participating agency in the HCP. Rancho Cordova, Sac County, the JPA, Sac County Water Agency, those are all participants. So the idea that this has been conditioned and mitigation measures proposed that in the event down the road, if there's an annexation proposed, any disturbance of any of the acreage within the sphere of influence amendment area would be subject to compliance of the standards of the state and federal oversight agencies consistent with city standards. So we've at staff and our consultants, we have given that consideration. I want to go back and, in light of the amount of folks that look like they want to speak this evening, be relatively concise with my recommendations and reiterate that the staff position is of approval. The staff reports is exhaustive into the issues augmented by the environmental analysis and the municipal service review. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions of the commission.
Thank you. Any questions for the executive officer at this point? Clarification question from Commissioner Jones?
Yes, Mr. Lockhart. Can you tell me, towards the end of your presentation there, you mentioned that the mitigation would be compliance with state and federal?
State and federal standards, right. The city could conceivably, they could seek to amend themselves into the South Sac Habitat Conservation Plan, or they could develop their own standalone habitat conservation plan, and it would be reasonable to expect that floor, the floor of the mitigation standards would be established by the adopted South Sac HCP.
Okay, so is that in the requirements?
Yes.
That
yes,
it will either be equal to or above HCP?
Correct. That's in the mitigation measures as well as in the proposed conditions of approval.
Okay, and I believe it said that the City of Elk Grove would be responsible for that?
The City of Elk Grove as the local land use authority, correct.
Mm-hmm. Because I remember in a prior discussion with Greenbrier, and we went into mitigation conditions, and at least it was concurrent, right? SOI as well as annexation.
Well, they requested, the commission does have a policy to discourage concurrent processing. They requested waiver of that, and the commission deferred the waiver. So it was a sphere of influence amendment, went back to the city for pre-zoning and entitlements, and then came back to your commission for annexation. That's a little bit similar to the MOU the commission has now for the planning soccer complex with the City of Elk Grove.
Well, my point was that my understanding was the Greenbrier mitigation compliance would come back to LAFCO to make sure it happened. And you're saying That's different than this one?
No, well, Greenbrier has achieved a standalone habitat conservation plan. It was reviewed by your staff. It was not brought back to your commission, but it was reviewed by your staff for compliance with the standards, and it was acted on by the city as a local land use jurisdiction.
Okay, and so that process will exist for this one as well?
Correct.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the executive officer at this point? Okay. If you would like to speak on the item, there are speaker cards for those of you that arrived late. There are speaker cards on the back table, as well as I believe maybe up here on the front podium, if you wouldn't mind filling them out so we can get you in the queue. Here's how the speaking is going to go tonight. We'll start with opening comments from the applicant. And then we were asked and have agreed to allow a block of time for a consolidated presentation from ECOS, Habitat 2020, and Sierra Club. They will try to keep that as close to 30 minutes as possible. And then following that will be individual speakers. And feel free, if you're an individual speaker, to reference back to either one of the prior presentations and just say that you agree with that. And we do have quite a few people here to speak, and I know all of us could be somewhere else on a Wednesday night. So, that being said, if the applicant wouldn't mind making their presentation, we shall begin there.
Chair Hume, members of the commission, Jim Gillum from the applicant team, as well as Brian Cooley here with me. I want to start out by thanking Dawn and staff for
For one moment, I had anticipated that the CEQA overview would occur with the AECOM. If you want to defer that till after the applicant presentation. Metro Cable, please bring up the application.
We'd prefer to let Matthew go first, get the commission comments out of the way for that, if
Okay.
that's, yeah.
Thank you for that. If Metro Cable can go back to the EIR PowerPoint, that'd be, thank you. The second PowerPoint.
Good evening, Chair Hume, members of the Commission. Thanks for taking time for a short, I promise you, presentation on the environmental process. I'd like to briefly, as soon as this presentation gets to the beginning slide, review the project, go over the environmental review process, hit on the final EIR response to comments on draft material, talk about the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and the findings, the CEQA findings. And this is a different version than I prepared for, and it'll be even faster. So here on this slide you see a highlight of the environmental review process, which started with a notice of preparation, letting the world know that an environmental impact report, or EIR, would be prepared, public outreach associated with that. And then a draft EIR in February of 2017, another opportunity at this commission for public comments, a recirculated draft that was put out in July after some new information was released. As Don mentioned, the draft South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan was released in June. Elk Grove put out a general plan, NOP, for their general plan environmental impact report. Sacramento County Water Agency offered some new comments on the MSR, and we thought it would be wise to incorporate that new information into a recirculated EIR that was put out in July, with another public comment period and public workshop. The final EIR, which includes response to comments to all verbal and written comments that were received on those two drafts, was put out in November 2017. And then tonight, of course, we're here to consider certification of the EIR. I wanted to make one point about some specific changes to the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. That is the document, as Commissioner Jones mentioned, that's used to monitor the implementation of mitigation measures over time. Who's enforcing those measures, when it was done, et cetera. Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District had some comments in November about the final MMRP, about the language that's in the mitigation about short-term and long-term air pollutant emissions, about some language having to do with exhaust control practices, having to do with using terminology of ozone precursors instead of just reactive organic gases. Each of those changes was incorporated into the final MMRP that you have in your packet tonight. That's the abridged version. Myself and my colleague, Dr. Susan Sanders, who's a biologist, will be around to handle your questions if they come up later. Thank you very much.
Let's see if we have any questions before you run away. Any questions on the CEQA document or the EIR process? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we'll move to the applicants. My apologies.
We're back, and now I can thank Dawn and Matthew for the presentations, as well as Dawn for a comprehensive executive officer's report with some fantastic recommendations that we're very happy about. Also want to introduce the balance of our team that we have here tonight. We have myself, Brian Cooley, who we introduced ourselves earlier, Marty Filetto, John Reynolds, and the Wakeman family as landowners, Jerry Camillus with the Camillus Companies. We have attorneys Kevin Kemper and Dan DePorto on hand, as well as technical support from Edward Gillum and Ken Allred. So thank you for having us. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. This has been a fantastic journey through the CEQA world, and we're here to talk about a 1,156 acre sphere of influence that we'd like to see included in the second largest city in the region, Elk Grove, at a population of 170,000. I'm going to start out with a quick explanation of what's around Elk Grove, the constraints that exist, and why this direction is the most logical to grow. First, this is a map of the city. It's surrounded on the west by the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Preserve, the regional sanitation plant. To the north, you have the city of Sacramento, and then a little bit east of there, you have the South Sacramento Community Plan area that I believe is within the city of Sacramento sphere of influence, the Vineyard Community Plan area, the Jackson Highway Planning area, the floodplain to the southeast, and further down to the south. This is just an illustration of what's constructed to the north. The vacant land there you see on the left side of the slide is the preserve and the regional treatment plant. Now we're looking at the South Sacramento area, as well as to the east you see the planned areas of the Vineyard Community Plan, and then here is the area to the north and east. That's where the Jackson Corridor Plan will be located, and those are ongoing planning efforts of the county. So those aren't areas where the city is going to have room to grow, and that's why we think that the area we're talking about is the right direction. One of the things that will be talked about is the fact that there is a rural area of Elk Grove that doesn't look as urban as some might like. This is an area of Elk Grove that's very important not only to the citizens that live there. It was a driving force for the incorporation of the city. It is also a very important housing type that is not represented roundly throughout the region. So it's something that's special, it's unique, and there are general plan policies that ensure its preservation, such as the discouraging of wet utilities to go into that area. Some would say absolute prohibition, and that general plan policy has been supported time and time again by the council before this council, the current council, and I expect future councils. They, again, were a big driving force behind the incorporation of the city and are still very politically active. The constraints and opportunities. This is a historic map that was drafted after the floods of '86, looking at the entire Sacramento County area, and the green lines that you see at the northeast are the clumps from the airfields. You've got the International Airport, the Mather and McClellan Air Force bases. The blue lines are the floodplain as it existed in the 1986 flood. And the purpose of this map was to identify where planning should go. And during this time, the county was endeavoring into what ultimately became the 1993 general plan. I'm going to zoom in on this area down here, which was viewed as the A development area. The reason is you have these yellow lines, which represent Highway 99 and Interstate 5. You have what then were existing trunk sewers and the regional treatment plant. You have a lack of floodplain. And now you have a planned JPA connector going right through the middle of it. The other thing that this map doesn't really show, this is the application area. What this map doesn't really show that became more acutely aware, we all became more acutely aware of wetlands and things like that. This area is largely devoid of those features, something that we learned later. Just mentioned the JPA connector. This is a map from their website showing Silver Valley Parkway on the far east over here on Highway 50, and the plan to move people all the way through to Interstate 5. Again, application area right here at Highway 99 and the JPA connector. And I'm going to hand it off to Brian Cooley to talk a little bit more about the detailed setting.
Good evening. I'm going to give you a quick summary of some of the planning and development that has occurred in the city since incorporation and some of the meaningful infrastructure investment to activate the employment centers to the southern part of the city. As you can see in this exhibit in front of you, when the city incorporated in the year 2000, they had a limited area to plan and develop inventory for future growth within the city. To the west, you've got the East Franklin specific plan. To the far east, you've got the Linton Ranch SPA and the Sterling Meadows tentative map. This is the area where the outlet mall is being constructed and the dining, entertainment, and gaming facility to the north of that. In the center, you've got the Laguna Ridge specific plan. And then to the south, you've got the southeast policy area. This exhibit shows initially, our slides get messed up here.
No, this is the residentially focused.
Well, I was going to talk about East Franklin, but this is Laguna Ridge here. But initially, when Laguna Ridge was proposed for approval, it was in 1996 to the Board of Supervisors, and this original land plan showed a more less densified residential mix of uses, more residentially focused, a lot less employment and civic opportunities to the north along Elk Grove Boulevard. The plan that was ultimately approved by the City Council in 2008, Laguna Ridge, showed a much more diverse, from a density standpoint of residential land uses, much more integrated trail system throughout the specific plan, and more importantly, more commercial and employment opportunities to the north of the plan. If you fast forward to the Southeast Policy Area, which is approved by the Council in 2015, when the land plan initially came forward by development interest, the land plan was more residentially focused. As you see here, the focus is more residential. There was no real center core to the plan. The plan that was ultimately approved by the city in 2015 was more of an employment-oriented plan. If you look to the south along Cameron Road, in the purple, the light gray, and the red, and even the purple in the northeast corner, those are all employment-designated land uses. And what this overall slide shows is the city has had a evolving philosophy and development towards more employment-oriented and balanced specific plans. The residential designations in the plan are more supportive of these employment opportunities for workforce housing, from managers all the way down to entry-level workers. In addition to that, the city has made some significant strides towards infrastructure investment to activate these employment lands. You might be able to make it out on the far right along Bilby Road. There's a sewer lift station which is currently under construction to service the employment lands to the south and the southeast policy area. Bighorn Road is a project that's going to get started later this year. It's an extension of Bighorn from the Los Rios Community College to the north down to Bilby Road. Both of these segments would allow vehicular access to these employment lands along the south. And then lastly, the Cameron Road extension. Right now, Cameron Road is built out to full capacity at the Linton Ranch Mall, and it's going to be extended to Bighorn Road. And what this provides is a unique opportunity to develop an economic corridor along Cameron Road here, similar to what you see in Roseville on Douglas Boulevard or Iron Point Road in Folsom. What's interesting is you've got a unique opportunity here. You've got two landowners over 1,156 acres controlling the property, and the opportunity to collaborate to add to that employment corridor, as I mentioned earlier, exists here. And so tonight we've got Dana Perry, who's the president of Reynolds Brown. They have a long, extensive history in developing commercial centers, employment centers in the Bay Area, and he's here tonight to offer a few words. Thank you.
Can you give that to the
Yes.
clerk, please? Commissioners and members of the staff, my name's Dana Perry. I am the president of Reynolds and Brown. Just by way of a quick background. Reynolds & Brown is a 50-year-old Northern California-based development company. We're headquartered in Concord, California. Our experience is mostly predominantly commercial. We have built in excess of 8 million square feet of commercial projects, which represent a broad mix of business parks, light industrial projects, office buildings, and urban infill housing, golf courses, water parks, a number of different product types. And we currently manage over 3 million square feet in our current portfolio. For our own account, we have some 650 acres of land throughout Northern California in various stages of land advance and entitlement. We're very active in the entitlement sector. We just finished entitling the International Park of Commerce in Tracy, which is a 1,700-acre business park with Prologis, now home to Amazon, Medline, Smuckers, Ghirardelli. We are doing a major brownfield redevelopment in Lathrop, California right now, which is now home to Kraft Heinz's Northern California distribution facility, and we're doing a major facility for Tesla Motors in Lathrop. We have 2 retail projects underway, one in Tracy at the International Park of Commerce, as well as one here in Elk Grove. We also own that pink, the property that is outlined in pink on the northeast corner of Grant Line and 99. Our holdings, if you look at the application area, we're kind of the handle of the, if you want to call it, the coffee cup. We own 318 acres in that area with Marty Filetto. And with that, I'll turn it over to one of our founders, John Reynolds, to say a few words. And by the way, I left some material, our CV, our corporate CV, for your perusal at your convenience.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be brief. My company specializes in commercial and industrial development. I acquired this land, the 318 acres, with Mr. Filetto 22 years ago, knowing that its location had a bright future and it seems ideal for our use on freeway frontage. And as a major thoroughfare developed between Highway 99 and Highway 5, it's ideal for our use. And what we're attempting to do is to prepare land so that when business users come forward, we can provide them finished land in a time frame that they can accept. It becomes more and more lengthy approval process, and so this is a step that we are hopeful of achieving in preparing this land for development. We think the land is ideal for this type of use, and I think the city agrees. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or have you do the presentation further.
So 22 years ago, so are you known for making a quick buck there on your turnaround of projects?
In our business, nobody makes a quick buck, sir. We're in it for the long term. I've been a trustee of ULI, the Urban Land Institute, and our institute is we further the best use of land. I've been involved in that organization for quite a while. I'm proud of what we build. I'd be very proud to make this a wonderful business center, and that's what we're hopeful of achieving.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Greenwood.
I'm sorry, I have one more question for you, if I may.
Mr. Reynolds?
I'm sorry.
We let you go too early.
I couldn't get the speaker button fast enough. You mentioned in the very beginning that you already have 300 and some odd acres, you said, or that you have purchased, and I missed that part of it.
Our portion of the property is 318 acres. That's the part we own.
Okay. And that's whereabouts in relationship to this?
If you look at your screen, Commissioner Greenwood,
Yes.
I'm highlighting it with the mouse. This portion of the application area is the partnership property that Mr. Reynolds described, that he owns with Mr. Filetto. And then this pink area over here is a smaller portion of incorporated city that Mr. Perry talked about that their company owns.
So, okay, got it. That helps me a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the current uses on the property. It is farmland. Cortese Knox Hertzberg talks about two categories of farmland, prime and non-prime. 9% prime, 91% non-prime in this case. That's straight out of our EIR. Historically, the properties have been farmed in rice, clover seed irrigated pasture, foraging hay, Sudan seed, and corn. Currently, there's a winery with a tasting room, vineyards, alfalfa, and foraging hay on the property. And now we're going to talk a little bit about the municipal services review and the fact that this application is for a sphere of influence. It means that we are looking at identifying possible service providers and identifying the fact that they have a process to get us to plan for us in the future. And it is not until master planning after a sphere of influence is approved where we would look for a plan of service. We also want to point out that the City of Elk Grove has been a great steward of the environment over the years that they've been incorporated since 2000. They have adopted policies that require one-for-one ag mitigation, as well as in 2003, the council adopted a Swainson Hawk ordinance that was applauded in the region. And it requires one-for-one mitigation, and that is top in the region. Talked a little bit in the executive officer's presentation about the South Sacramento HCP, and Elk Grove has strong mitigation strategies. Those were consulted with the staff, and the EIR points out that the implementation of the HCP will not be at risk with the implementation of a sphere of influence here. So, urban service boundary has been a topic of great discussion, and there are a lot of people who have their opinions about what the USB should mean, but we want to hand out a letter from the county's planning department that talks about what the USB is. It's a planning line for the county, and in this letter from March of 2017, you'll see on the screen here I've extracted one statement: should not be interpreted as a barrier for development in the project area. I want to point out that the last two major SOIs that were approved were not in the 93 USB. Just want to leave that with you. The county general plan, current general plan, also talks about the expansion of the USB, and there's an area of North Natomas that is being considered, and this statement out of the county general plan is clear that it could be a USB expansion or incorporation, sphere of influence of a city that brings that area forward for development. So this is a policy that applies to urbanization by the county, and it's not something that the county thrusts upon cities for their determination. LAFCO is in charge of spheres of influence, and the county planning staff's letter makes it clear that it's not the county's intent to preclude spheres of influence with that policy. Why now? The city was incorporated with a limited planning area in context of the overall city, and this is actually Brian's slide, so I apologize, I'll step out of the way.
Thanks, Jim, for teeing me up here. We actually missed a slide earlier, but this slide will suffice. To the left of the colored area, which is Laguna Ridge in the southeast policy area, there's the East Franklin specific plan. And I wanted to point out earlier that the East Franklin specific plan was approved by Sacramento County on the eve of incorporation of the city. And I think there's been a lot of perception in the region that City of Elk Grove has approved a tremendous amount of residential development since they became a city. What a lot of people fail to realize is the East Franklin specific plan, which built out in about 5 short years, was approved by the County Board of Supervisors prior to the city incorporating, and that is within what we like to call a sandbox here, including the areas that are highlighted on the exhibit in front of you. But to speak to those briefly, the Laguna Ridge specific plan was approved again by the city in 2008, and the what do you call that, turquoise or olive or ivy. The greenish area, which is the southeast policy area, was the first master plan which was initiated and approved by the city from beginning to end. And so, again, all the areas to the north that are grayed out are largely built out. And so as the city is to look to identify inventory of land for future employment uses and future residential uses, this sandbox you see here in front of you, excluding the proposed SOI amendment area, is the whole show. And this area has been entitled and is in some degree in Laguna Ridge under construction. And later this year, the Southeast Policy will begin grading and infrastructure development. So it's a really limited amount of inventory that's left. I also wanted to point out to you, there was a presentation provided to you by the City of Elk Grove in December 6th, about future growth in the city over the next, between 2012 and 2036. And they talked about some growth projections as they complete their general plan update. This is growth data from SACOG, our regional COG here in Sacramento. It shows the City of Elk Grove by the year 2036 is slated to increase its population to 45,000 additional residents. And if you look at the number at the bottom that's highlighted, the population increase for Sacramento County is roughly 477,000 additional residents by year 2036. So that 45,000 additional residents in Elk Grove represents a little under 10% of the county growth for the City of Elk Grove. And again, these aren't numbers, some wish list of the City of Elk Grove. These aren't numbers from Elk Grove. These are our regional Council of Governments projections of Elk Grove's fair share of population growth. And again, the slide before illustrates that if Elk Grove were just allowed to plan for growth within its current city boundaries, there isn't enough inventory of land to do so in an appropriate fashion.
I was supposed to do this at the beginning of the presentation, but I just handed the clerk the December 6th presentation that the city made and wanted to make sure that it became part of the record, because we excluded a lot of information that we would have normally presented to the commission about the Elk Grove general plan moving forward and the plans that they have. We want to piggyback on that wonderful presentation that Christopher Jordan, who's sitting over here, gave on December 6th. So this is the end of our presentation. Here we are, we've got the Sphere of Influence Amendment. There's a lot of steps beyond this to go. We coming to you for a Sphere of Influence Amendment, then we go back, if approved, to the city, doing community plan, visioning, CEQA analysis on a specific project, plans for services. We bring all that information, including financing information, back to LAFCO for annexation. But the inventory is not available at that point in time because there's a lot of process that happens. We call it pre-development activity, but that's securing mitigation land, complying with conditions of approval, forming CFDs, forming fee programs that were conceptually approved before. Then we have to design the project and start infrastructure and finally vertical construction. Given the time that it takes to develop, we know that this inventory is going to be needed by the time it's available. There may be land in the city today, but there is not enough land to sustain them for the long term. And I'll leave you with this. The staff did an excellent job of reviewing the appropriate policies relative to this sphere of influence, the county general plan, the city general plan, and the LAFCO policies and procedures, and found in all cases this SOI application to be consistent. Appreciate the time. Ryan and I are here for questions.
And also, just direct to the chair, we'd like to have the opportunity at the close of public comment to provide any additional information or answer any questions that are raised during the public comment period. But with that, we're here to answer any questions with our team that you may have at this point.
Great. Questions of the applicant at this point? Seeing none? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rob, you submitted speaker cards, which I was actually not going to request of you, but I do appreciate. Does your group, do you all know who follows whom?
Yes.
Then I will trust you to come up in the order of which you are presenting. And again, ask that you try and hit 30 minutes as a target. I won't cut anyone off mid-sentence. Okay. And if you would like to speak and have not already done so, please fill out a speaker card and bring it up to the clerk so that I can call you up at the appropriate time.
Well, good evening, LAFCO Commissioners and Chair. My name is Ralph Proper, and I'm President of ECOS, the Environmental Council of Sacramento. We are a coalition that includes Habitat 2020 and the local Sierra Club. Our mission is to achieve regional sustainability and a healthy environment. We advocate for smart growth that will improve air quality, slow climate change, regional conservation strategy, and a sustainable regional water supply. We have several members and affiliates with us this evening who do not support this sphere of influence amendment. I'd like to ask those people to stand up now, just so you get an idea of who we are. So yeah, there are a few of us, and you'll probably hear from several of them subsequently. Thank you very much. Here's a brief summary. Here's a brief summary of our reasons for not supporting this SOIA. First, state law specifies that LAFCO must prevent urban sprawl, leapfrog development, and premature loss of agriculture. Also, the SOIA does not meet a reasonable needs test. There's ample empty space available within Elk Grove for development for many years. Also, the EIR finds that the project will have several significant impacts on the environment. This proposal is contrary to regional infrastructure planning that we need to ensure orderly development of our region. SACOG has stated that the proposal is not consistent with its Metropolitan Transportation Plan, or MTP. Therefore, approval might jeopardize future federal infrastructure transportation funding. The county water agency's surface water sources are fully allocated to existing and planned growth. And last, this proposal will harm regional habitat conservation planning. It'll increase competition for appropriate mitigation lands. It'll raise conservation costs and undermine implementation of the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan. We have provided you with a list of our presentation speakers who will provide details. We've tried to limit each presentation to 3 minutes. However, some of these issues are a bit complex, and so we'd very much appreciate your indulgence, Chairman Hume, if we need a little more time for a particular speaker's presentation. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph. And the only thing I would ask is that if the next speaker, you know who you are, if you wouldn't mind kind of being in a batter's box, ready to go. So,
sure.
Thank you.
We'll try to expedite that.
My name is Rob Burness. I am a member of ECOS and Habitat 20, co-chair of Habitat 2020. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the importance of the urban service boundary. And we do take issue, a little bit of issue in terms of how we see the urban service boundary. I was involved in the establishment of that by the county. We do understand that it is not an obligation upon Elk Grove to abide by the urban service boundary. But the reasons it were established are, I think, very important for your consideration. First of all, it was intended as a very long-term boundary for urban growth. It was based upon environmental limitations and physical constraints to urban development in most cases. In just about all cases, actually. And it was intended to provide a long-term basis for planning infrastructure services, in particular such things as regional sewers and water. And it is important, I think, to LAFCO because LAFCO has a mandate, essentially, to provide for orderly urban growth and avoid piecemeal development. And that's exactly what the urban service boundary was designed to do. So we think that is a very important part of your deliberations. The idea behind the urban service boundary, the fact it's a long-term urban growth boundary. And we believe that it's important that you establish that there truly is a need for housing and jobs in the existing urban area that cannot be supplied elsewhere in either Elk Grove or nearby lands within an urban service boundary. That you must establish that sufficient water will be available to not undermine the water forum agreement. You must consider how urban growth beyond the boundary will impact SACOG's ability to develop a transportation plan that meets statewide greenhouse gas reductions. And you must consider the trade-off between urban development and important agricultural land, open space habitat associated with your responsibility to ensure orderly growth. In other words, it's a bigger issue than just that Elk Grove needs some land for jobs and housing. We would argue that the justification is not there, and that the larger scale metropolitan reasons for denying this project are the ultimate deciding point that should affect your decision. And we'll be covering this in our subsequent testimony. The other point I think that's important to make here is that there is within your urban service boundary and in Elk Grove, the Bilby Ranch and the east of 99 area that is planned for urban growth, and that provides considerable capacity for both jobs and housing that I think justify the consideration that this particular project is not needed first. With that, I'd like to go on to just say a couple of things about Elk Grove growth in the metropolitan area. I believe at the last LAFCO meeting in December, I commented briefly about that, and I'd like to elaborate just a little bit. Elk Grove's population projections do call for considerable growth. Some of that's already occurred, that 45,000 has already occurred. The important point, we think, is that argument that they need it to supply this projected growth does not look at the total picture. The process that SACOG uses to make population projections is based upon an overall regional projection provided by a policy planning institute in the Bay Area. They then take those broad numbers, and through a complicated process, they allocate that job and housing growth, taking into account vacancy factors and all of those things. They allocate it throughout the region. And they do it in a way that's iterative and that looks at the mandates that SACOG has, the same kind of mandates that we're talking about here, in order to minimize greenhouse gas reductions and a whole host of other requirements that are related to the larger needs of the region. So, to say that Elk Grove has its own population projections and it needs to meet its own ambitions for growth, apart from the SACOG regional planning process, we think is somewhat misguided. And we would recommend that you take a careful look at the real need and demand and keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jim Paschal. On behalf of Swenson Hawk, I'm going to address the issue of how much land Elk Grove does have that is undeveloped. I should start by saying that your purview is not only for Elk Grove, but you're a regional agency. You need to look at the region. And if you look at the region south of the American River, south of Highway 50, within the urban service boundary, there is a whole lot of land that's available for employment centers, for residential growth. You do not need to let Elk Grove jump the USB to benefit the region. The region's got plenty of land within the USB and the general area of Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova in between. And our initial comment letter on the EIR asked specifically how much land is undeveloped in Elk Grove, acreage, location, and what's its land use designation. ACOM refused to answer it. I sent you a letter on that talked about it. They flatly refused to answer, which is rather bothersome because I believe you need to at least at minimum know how much vacant land there is in Elk Grove. Not only stuff which has not been designated for a project, but also what has been approved for projects that haven't developed. Fortunately, Christopher Jordan, in a letter to a constituent on March 15, 2017, in the final EIR, made a list of all residential projects that had been approved but not yet built. And he says in his letter, stated that the total was roughly 1,800 acres of residential projects in Elk Grove approved, not built. So you add up the 1,800 acres of residential projects approved and not built, the 1,817 acres of projects noted in the staff report as vacant, no projects pending, plus the 427 acres of projects pending and presumably not built, you end up with 4,014 acres vacant, undeveloped land in Elk Grove, a lot of which has been zoned or projects approved for residential use, but they haven't been built. In fact, a lot of those approvals go back 10, 15 years and nothing has happened. If Elk Grove does have a shortage of job centers, it's because the Elk Grove City Council made the decision to zone most everything for residential development. The most classic is this. Well, somewhere. Okay.
Metro Cable, can you turn on the overhead projector?
Okay.
Your time is spinning.
Okay. Well, I'll just simply say that the classic example was the southeast policy area. Elk Grove started to decide what it was going to do with it in the year 2012. That's 1,200 acres. It's this area, yellow area here, out this way, immediately north of Camera Road. It was 1,200 acres. It all could have been zoned for job centers, industrial development, offices, whatever. I even recall making that suggestion to an Elk Grove staff member. And what the Elk Grove finally did was designate about 400 acres for job centers, and the rest, the yellow here, is estate residential, low-density residential. Frankly, I don't believe if Elk Grove really needed the job centers, they would have designated, much more in that area for job centers, but they did not do so. And with that, I basically have to rest my case. Elk Grove does have land for job centers. It could redesignate much of the land out in the Southeast Policy Center for that purpose. I thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Janice Heppel, and I'm here representing ECOS and Habitat 2020. And I'm going to address the water issues. In 2000, water purveyors in the Sacramento region, along with business, environmental, and public interest representatives, signed the Water Forum Agreement. Among its provisions was the establishment of an average annual sustainable yield of 273,000 acre-feet for the central area groundwater basin. The analysis of supply and demand that underlines the sustainable yield was, among other things, based on urban growth within the USB, the long-term boundary for urban development in the county. It did not assume any urban growth beyond it. The consensus of the Water Forum was that with conjunctive use of available surface water and increased conservation, sustainable groundwater levels could be maintained at full development of land within the urban services boundary. Sacramento County Water Agency has stated in a letter incorporated as a comment to the environmental document for the SOIA request, at this time, Sacramento County Water Agency's water supply portfolio is fully allocated in the current Zone 40 area, and that additional surface and groundwater supplies need to be secured to serve this area consistent with the conjunctive use program. So, unlike other Elk Grove sphere of influence amendment applications before LAFCO, which are located inside the USB, no water agencies have planned to ultimately supply surface water to ensure safe yield groundwater withdrawals to the Camera 99 SOIA area. More importantly, there currently isn't sufficient surface supply to do so. To address this rather significant service supply hurdle, your staff is proposing a condition of the sphere request that Elk Grove develop a plan to provide water deliveries to the area consistent with the Water Forum Agreement and groundwater management plans prior to annexation. Although some speculative options have been put forward as to where this water would come from, there has been no impartial assessment of their cost of feasibility. In other words, your staff is recommending that you start a significant process that inevitably leads to urban fringe with all its attendant impacts and figure out how to get adequate water later. You have only to look to your most recent major expansion of a sphere of influence in Folsom for the wisdom of this approach. Then you approved a speculative plan for surface water transfers that fell apart as soon as LAFCO annexation approval was final. Now Folsom is meeting the new water requirement for South Folsom with conservation savings, which leaves the people of Folsom increasingly exposed to substantial water cutbacks during future severe droughts. We submit that this approach is much misguided. Rather, wouldn't it be more logical to prioritize Elk Grove SOIA expansion in areas within the USB where growth and water demand have already been taken into account through the Water Forum Agreement? Wouldn't it be a good idea, prudent, to defer the process of expanding urban development beyond the USB until there is more certainty that sufficient water will be available in a climate-changing environment to maintain long-term sustainability of water supplies? Wouldn't it make more sense to request, no, insist, that agencies party to the Water Forum Agreement assess and update the agreement with new growth data? And in light of a changing environment and regulatory climate, in order to ascertain whether indeed there are sufficient water resources to support growth beyond the urban services boundary. And wouldn't that be much more reasonable than to charge ahead with an outdated assumption that if you build it, the water will come? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Baker. I'm the Policy Director for ECOS. It's been acknowledged many times that the proposal is not consistent with SACOG's Metropolitan Transportation Plan system.
Matthew, if you could speak up just a little bit, or the mics aren't picking you up well.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Yeah. It's been acknowledged many times that the proposal is not consistent with SACOG's MTP SCS, but the staff report also references that SACOG finds that the location of the proposed SOIA area is generally consistent with the blueprint. But this comment is taken out of context of a SACOG letter that states clearly that SACOG, quote, assumes no housing or employment growth by 2036 in the SOI area and, quote, does not foresee a need for land for housing for a very long time. The area may be consistent with the area of the blueprint map on the bubble south of Camera, but the timing certainly is not, and that timing is critical. That area of the blueprint map indicates that there is no growth anticipated by SACOG in this area until 2050 or beyond, and 2050 is not an appropriate time frame for LAFCO considerations, but the 20-year time frame of the MTP SCS is. MTP SCS consistency should be of extreme importance and relevance to LAFCO considerations. The regional plan presents a viable strategy for the region to meet state-mandated GHG reduction targets and federally mandated air quality requirements. Not meeting these requirements not only will have serious environmental and public health consequences, but could also result in the withdrawal of much-needed state and federal funding for transportation infrastructure in the region. Due to lower than expected gas prices, than anticipated in 2012, SACOG and the Air District had a extremely difficult time in getting the footprint of their current 2016 plan to meet these GHG and air quality requirements. There is really no wiggle room. Any growth outside of the SCS footprint will almost necessarily require removing already anticipated growth from other jurisdictions of the region within that footprint to meet these requirements. This should be exactly the scenario that LAFCO is charged with avoiding. Finally, if the SOI was approved, staff recommends that MTP-SCS consistency be a condition of any future annexation. And this seems to be a reasonable solution to the problem on the surface, but it is not. The damage to habitat and agriculture in the area will already be done. And the reason for that is the moment the SOI is approved, speculative land values in this area will rise to a degree that will make acquiring the lands necessary for successful implementation of the HCP almost impossible. MTP-SCS consistency needs to be a condition of SOI expansion and not annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Chairman and members, good evening. I'm Jude Lamar with Friends of the Swainson's Hawk and Habitat 2020. Put down a map there of the Swainson's Hawk nesting sites in red, the South County area. You'll notice that there are nesting sites throughout the South County, including inside the USB. And you know that the land that's developed in the USB has to mitigate for its impacts on Swainson's Hawk, and it has to mitigate outside the USB. The green area, the agricultural areas have the highest value. You can see that the density of nesting is greatest where the area is green and much less dense in the east side of the county. So it's location, location, location here. I want to hit some key issues that are really big problems with the mitigation program in the EIR. One is that it doesn't fully mitigate for the loss of farmland. Although folks said that it would be one-to-one and it would be fully mitigated and the city requires one-to-one, the EIR, in fact, only requires mitigation for less than half of the farmland that's going to be taken, and that's because it's only mitigating for certain qualities of farmland. The county, on the other hand, protects and mitigates for all farmland. So you're taking this area out of the county, putting it in a city, and reducing the mitigation requirement that would be applied in the county. There is no meaningful role for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in this EIR, in this mitigation monitoring program. So that's who we rely on for guidance. In fact, the City of Elk Grove today has a program for mitigating the impacts on Swainson's Hawk of development that requires them to get the approval of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for mitigation land. Not here. Not going to happen in this SOI. And therefore, that's going to be an inducement for the City of Elk Grove to reduce their requirements, to throw out that requirement so that they have consistency. I wanted to note that this MMRP, which you adopt, it's yours, but it's going to be implemented by the City of Elk Grove. You're not going to implement it. It's going to be implemented by the city. Fish and Wildlife has clearly stated that the approval of this SOI will make it more difficult to implement the South Sacramento HCP. They quote, difficult to meet the mitigation standards and to properly implement the South Sacramento HCP. So what is happening if you approve the SOI? You're introducing a new layer in the mitigation game. This layer is less stringent, less demanding. It will set up an uneven playing field. Galt, Rancho Cordova, the County of Sacramento will have to mitigate according to one standard, while the City of Elk Grove has a less standard. Under the MMRP, the City of Elk Grove can unilaterally change any mitigation measure. Clearly states that in the MMRP. The MMRP allows fragmented, piecemeal mitigation. The whole point of a habitat conservation plan is to have a strategy for large landscape protections and to be fair to every jurisdiction. And HCP will will be implemented by a multi-jurisdictional management that's capable of adaptive management. This program will not. Don states, oh, we're going to make them do a conservation strategy. There's nothing in this condition of approval that spells out a role for the Department of Fish and Wildlife to approve that strategy. What it says is that this strategy will be consistent with the requirements of state and federal law. Well, folks, there are no such requirements. The state and feds have no authority to come into Elk Grove and say, you will do this to protect the wildlife that's threatened. They work with jurisdictions to create agreements on plans. The plan is the South Sacramento County HCP. So I could say more, but I know you have a long night ahead, and thank you very much for your attention. We urge a no vote on this.
Thank you, Jude.
Good evening. My name is Mike Savino.
If I can just point out to the remaining speakers, you're only halfway through the speakers, and you've burned through the majority of the time. So if we can be just a little mindful and make comments concise. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'll try and be fast. Good evening. My name is Mike Savino. I'm president of Save Our Sandhill Cranes. One of the most frustrating aspects of the environmental process for us has been the way the project area has been characterized as having very limited habitat value. Its significance for Greater Sandhill Cranes has also been minimized. Our insistence that the project area constitutes a critical upland forage area for Greater Sandhill Cranes during cyclical flood events in the Cosumnes River floodplain was answered with an assertion that there are more than 103,000 acres of upland forage available to Greater Sandhill Cranes in the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan area. When challenged on the validity of this number, the response was that the number was calculated by tabulating all of the land within a 2-mile circumference of both roost and occurrence data points. This is problematic and misleading for 4 reasons. Firstly, only roost sites matter in calculating forage opportunities. Occurrence data represents birds migrating or foraging, and calculating a 2-mile radius around these occurrences provides irrelevant data. Birds recorded migrating are utterly useless for determining important foraging areas, and birds that are recorded foraging already within the 2-mile forage zone, so putting an additional 2-mile radius around these foraging birds artificially inflates the foraging zone. The second reason is allowing the 103,000 acres to stand as a coarse overview of available upland forage is inappropriate because of its admitted inaccuracy. It is not a coarse overview, but rather an inaccurate overinflation of available upland forage. Thirdly, the roost sites in Preserve Planning Unit 6 of the SSHCP are far more productive than those outside of Unit 6. There are more of them and many more birds use them. And so loss of foraging habitat for cranes using roost sites in the Unit 6 area would, by definition, be more significant than those outside of PPU 6. And finally, the fourth reason, upland forage sites within 2 miles of roost sites in Area 6 are similarly more important than those outside PPU 6 because of crane usage disparities outside of PPU 6. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife made it clear in their March 8, 2017 letter that the proposed project was problematic for the SSHCP and that, quote, mitigation of mixed agricultural croplands in the western portion of the planning area must occur within the western portion of the planning area, including the proposed project, unquote. and the parlance of the SSHCP, impacts within PPU 6 must be mitigated within PPU 6. The amount of available upland forage in PPU 6 is depicted in this map, figure 1. The map depicts the extent of the floodplain, the boundary of PPU 6, and circles that delineate 1 and 2 mile foraging distances from roost sites. The map included as figure 2.
Mike, if I could ask you to wrap up.
Depicts how the foraging zones shift during cyclical flood events and cause the cranes roosting in Area 6 at the shallow margins of the floodplain. The inflated speculative value for other properties in the vicinity of this application will preclude them from being affordable enough to acquire for conservation, and the entire upland forage area south of Elk Grove will assuredly be lost to the only land use that could afford its cost: urbanization. For the greater sandhill crane, this does not represent a merely potentially significant impact, but rather a significant and unavoidable impact that cannot be mitigated to less than significant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get that back on?
Can we have the overhead back on, please?
My name is Sean Worth with the Sierra Club. I'm covering the impact on the HCP. This speech was designed to be 3 minutes long. I'm going to use a Swainson's hawk to demonstrate the impact on the ability to implement the HCP conservation strategy. The HCP requires 8,158 acres of high-value habitat for Swainson's hawks. You can see it in this map. It's the light green color. This map, these are the preserved playing units in the plan. All of the high-value forage are in preserved playing units 4, 6, and 8. If 100% of the targets in preserved playing unit 4 and 8 were solely for Swainson's hawks, which are not necessarily, 942 acres of the high-value habitat requirement would be met, leaving 7,216 acres to be satisfied in PPU 6. Let me get it so it goes this way. PPU 6 comprises 95,196 acres. If you take out areas already preserved, low-density development, and areas that are below sea level, which aren't allowed for Swainson's hawk mitigation, you end up with 44,572 acres for hawk mitigation. Or does it? I had provided a package. If you look at page 4 of that package, you'll see a beginning of a letter. There's 2 pages of it from a finance institution or financial consulting firm that the HCP hired to help in determining fee levels. On page 2 of that memo, it says, land values in Elk Grove's potential expansion area are about 3 times higher than average land outside the urban services boundary. That same letter goes on to recommend amortizing the cost of 1,000 acres of this higher cost land into the agricultural mitigation fee for the plan area. This is exactly what the HCP did. The Elk Grove expansion area that was examined for this was the 8,000 acres from the last LAFCO application that Elk Grove withdrew. 2,000 acres of that 8,000 are within the urban services boundary, but these would need to be mitigated in PPU 6. The HCP can only purchase 1,000 of those acres of the 6,000 remaining because that's all they have in their fee structure. The other 5,000 they can't afford. Inside the USB, projects like the 1,800-acre Southeast Plain area we heard about earlier also are going to have to mitigate in PPU 3. Efforts to mitigate elsewhere recently were thwarted by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, specifically with what they were trying to do with the Southeast Plain area. So if you remove the 5,000 unaffordable acres, you add the 2,000 acres of USB land, not in the SOI, and add the 1,800 acres from the Southeast Plain area, you get 39,572 acres inventory with 11,016 acres of need. Need divided by what's available yields the feasibility for acquisition ratio. In this case, it's 28%. That number represents the percentage of land that are needed to meet the conservation requirement. And this is before we consider the project you are deliberating on tonight. It's also without considering the much higher undeveloped land number presented by Jim Paschal earlier, or the fact that an additional 2,534 acres of additional mitigation beyond that required by Swainson's Hawk are required in that same PPU. With the Knights project, the feasibility number climbs to 30.9%. The California Fish and Wildlife representatives pushed hard during the preparation of the HCP for a number closer to 15%. Above 30% is beyond even unreasonable expectations for success. Approving the SOI tonight will concretize that problem inside the Elk Grove expansion area, and it will increase the inflated prices for land, as well as further diminish an already depleted inventory for the HCP. I would like to close by saying that the assertion by staff in their report that the impact of this project on the HCP is speculative is surprising, given that a careful review of the HCP yields a clear impact picture. I presented some of that tonight. Whereas the need discussion for this project was conducted by ignoring the SES and the MTP and the SACOG blueprint rather than a close reading of them. It's not the impact on the HCP that's speculative.
Thank you, Sean. Barbara?
Good evening, Barbara Leary. I'm chair of the Sacramento Sierra Club Group, and I want you to know that the group fully supports the work as has been presented by our members, Sean Worth, Jim Paschal, and you'll be hearing from Andy Sawyer soon. We fully agree with the testimony and written statements that have been submitted by the Environmental Council of Sacramento and Habitat 2020. Due to the many unavoidable and significant environmental impacts of urban sprawl, such as the 22 impacts which cannot be mitigated found in this proposal, we, the leaders of the Sierra Club, are opposed to this project. The National Sierra Club has a long-standing commitment to oppose sprawl that is based on well-researched principles and facts that are applicable here. The published statements note that sprawl pollutes our air and water. As reliance on cars and pavement of more and more roads increases, so does smog and pollution from water runoff. Today, more than half of Americans live in an area where the air is unsafe to breathe. As noted in a Sacramento Bee article in May of 2017, Sacramento is among the nation's most polluted cities. It's number 14 on the list. Sprawl destroys more than 2 million acres of parks, farms, and open space each year, and this is one more piece of that. Sprawl increases traffic in our neighborhoods and streets. It lengthens trips and takes a lot of time out of our day. The average American spends 55 8-hour work days a year stuck in traffic. Sprawl wastes tax money. It pulls economic resources away from existing communities and spreads them out over sparse developments far away from the core. Taxes on existing and new residents subsidize millions of dollars worth of new roads, new water and sewer lines, new schools, and increase police and fire protection at the expense of the needs of the core communities. This leads to degradation of our older towns and cities and higher taxes. Accordingly, the proposed expansion will create unmitigated impacts on your constituents and our community. The Sierra Club Sacramento Group is asking for your no vote on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Regan. I'm here on behalf of ECOS. I'm here to talk about the growth-inducing impact of this SOIA. The final EIR acknowledges that the growth-inducement impact of the proposed sphere of influence is significant and unavoidable. We certainly agree that the impact is significant. Elk Grove City presentation to your commission on December 6th last year identified east and west study areas for expansion of the urban footprint of the city south to Eschinger Road. That is virtually all of the land west of Highway 99 that the city proposed to LAFCO back in 2013 when they withdrew their application for lack of a majority vote. Your approval of the proposal before you now, amounting to a significant portion of the east study area, would be as clear as any signal could be that the further development of the important agricultural and habitat lands to the south are in play for conversion to urban uses. Though the actual conversion may be several years down the line, the growth-inducing impacts would be immediate and substantial. Though this pattern has been documented again and again throughout the country. But the question remains, is the growth inducement mitigation unavoidable? In our comments on the draft EIR, we suggested that substantive mitigation could be achieved by requiring that all habitat and agricultural mitigation for the project be required to occur between Highway 99 and Interstate 5 and north of Eschinger Road. The lead agency responded to this suggested mitigation measure with irrelevant arguments that it would not make the proposed project consistent with the city's general plan. There is no evidence that residents to the south would seek permit approvals, and that the land south is in the county jurisdiction. We can no longer advocate such a mitigating condition of approval. It would not be enforceable once the city annexed, and the city would likely eliminate, substantially modify, or just plain ignore it once LAFCO's jurisdiction ended. We have only to look at Elk Grove's current effort to mitigate an approved project's Swainson's Hawk impacts 18 miles distant from the project, in clear violation of its own rules, to foresee the likely outcome. Instead, we ask you to use simple common sense, avoid contoured reasoning, and recognize that this sphere of influence amendment request, if approved, would, 1, be the first step in a continuing urban expansion south to at least Eschinger Road. 2, would result in piecemeal and disorderly urban development, contrary to LAFCO mandate. And 3, would mean the loss of significant agricultural and vital foraging habitat well beyond the immediate decision before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hume and Commission members, my name is Andy Sawyer. I am chapter chair for the Sierra Club Motherlode chapter. The Motherlode chapter covers the 24-county area from in Northeast California, from the Yosemite to the Oregon border. You have heard from representatives of the Sacramento group. I'm here because the rejection of this application for sphere of influence expansion is important to the entire Motherlode chapter region. You have heard comments about impacts on air quality, transportation, habitat. I'm going to focus my comments on LAFCO policy. Also, in response to the admonition to Chair Hume to be brief, I'm going to skip comments about the specific violations of Sacramento County LAFCO policies, especially in the area of agricultural lands, and move to the big picture that makes this decision so important. The statutory purposes of local agency formation commissions include discouraging urban sprawl and preservation of open space and prime agricultural lands. This proposal exemplifies the kind of development you should be rejecting consistent with your statutory purposes. This is urban sprawl, no doubt about it. This destroys large areas of open space lands. The executive direct officer's opening presentation stated, and I quote, "The crux of the idea is to allow development where it's not allowed by the county's urban services boundary." The applicant states that, well, if you approve this, the county's urban services boundary does not apply. Number one, that simply underscores the point that the whole purpose is to circumvent one of the most important policies in the region to limit urban sprawl and provide for orderly development. And it's basically circular, because the basic issue for you on this proposal is, are you going to fulfill your statutory mandates to discourage urban sprawl and preserve open space and agricultural lands? We urge a no vote.
Thank you. Dawn?
Good evening, Commissioner Hume and commissioners. My name is Don Mooney. I'm an attorney working with Habitat 2020. I'll be very brief. We're way over your allocated time. I just want to comment that the CEQA document, I think one of the things that you've heard here tonight is what we view as the inadequacies of the CEQA document, of the final EIR with regards to water, with regards to habitat. And the CEQA document is supposed to be an informational document. It's supposed to provide not just you information about the potential impacts, but the public as well. One of the things I think has been pretty clear from the comments from ECOS and its partners is that there is a lot of uncertainty, or there's a lot of impacts and analysis that was not done with regards to habitat and water. The other thing I would point out is when you have a project that requires you to do a statement of overriding considerations for 22 impacts, that would give me pause. That says there's something's not working here with that environmental document. I will tell you that I've been a CEQA practitioner for over 25 years, and I don't think I've ever seen, and I've done cases throughout California, I don't think I've ever seen an EIR with 22 significant unavoidable impacts. It's quite unusual. I think that goes to show that the amount of impact that this project's going to have, and it goes to really to highlight what Andy Sawyer just got done saying about what your statutory mandate is when you have urban sprawl, you're going to have these kind of impacts. So thank you, and we do encourage a no vote on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your brevity. Ralph, to wrap it up? Ralph leave?
We'll waive it.
We'll waive it? Okay, thank you.
We're only 4 minutes over. 14 speakers, 3 minutes each, 42 minutes, we're 46.
I'll accept that math. Thank you again for submitting the speaker cards. Let's see here, reset. And again, just as a reminder, if you have something that you feel has already been said, it's perfectly acceptable to just state your agreeance. But certainly, the First Amendment entitles you to the time allotted. So with that saying, I will just go through the forms here, starting off, and I'll try and do the same thing and call the person to speak and then the person who will be following, so that maybe you can find your way at least to an aisle seat prior to being called up. All right? Judah Grossman. Judah will be followed by Chris Norum.
Judah had to leave, so he won't be speaking.
All right, best speaker of the evening so far goes to Judah right there. So Chris Norum, and following Chris will be Michelle Orrock.
Thank you, Commissioner Hume and commissioners, for this important action tonight. I'm Chris Norum with the North State Building Industry Association, representing 500 member companies throughout the region who are in the construction trades, residential side, and 50,000 jobs. You know, it's not much of a secret that we have a giant housing shortage throughout this region, and right now SACOG is projecting that we need to have about 11,000 housing units built. Last year we did about 6,000 units. So as much as it feels like we're in a giant building boom, historical standards show us that we're actually only about halfway there to providing what people really need. Now, while Elk Grove has done a great job of planning for its future, they will set aside a significant amount of area for jobs, which will constrain how much housing will ultimately be able to be located there. And without this additional area for the city's sphere of influence, the city will ultimately be faced with pressure to rezone that land for the job centers, which will exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance that already exists in Elk Grove. Continuing the current trend of falling short of housing supply will only make it worse for local families who are looking for shelter and homes. For these reasons, the North State BIA urges your yes vote on this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michelle Orrock. Following Michelle is Earl
Good Good evening, Chairman Hume and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Orrock. I'm a resident of Elk Grove, and I'm here to speak in support of the application. I've seen the city of Elk Grove grow substantially in the more than 12 years that I've lived there, and the reality is that Elk Grove has a limited amount of land within the city limits that is appropriate for the amount of growth that we have projected in the next decade. This amendment will allow the city to plan for its future in a comprehensive and responsible manner. On a personal note, I have two sons that are 18 and 21, and in the future, if they want to come back to Elk Grove, I want to ensure that there's housing for them and jobs if they decide to move back to the town that they grew up in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Earl Lagomarsino, followed by Chris Shamber.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Earl Lagomarsino, and as a fifth-generation Sacramentan and a descendant of family farmers in the Galt area, I stand opposed to this development. I remember when we drove to our property in the Galt area, it was very much open land, and it's been continually being paved over, some of the best farmland in the world. Let's use the land that's undeveloped within the city limits before going outside of that. I ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Chris Shamber, followed by Bill Byrd.
Chris Shamber, I'm a representative of the Cosumnes firefighters, which cover this area of influence. I don't want the council to lose sight of the fact that the community of Elk Grove has been a very good steward of the lands. The park system that the CSD manages has the most parks of any community around. They're very good about open spaces, and I feel that the city of Elk Grove should have the influence to master plan their area. We're going to provide fire protection no matter what to that area, but we work very well with the city. They have very good plans, and we think that growth will happen no matter what. We can't put a commercial or a industrial facility in the middle of a bunch of residences, but if we plan ahead, we can definitely allocate the right amount of land to meet the jobs and the resident needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Byrd, followed by Suzanne Pesci.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, Commissioners, my name is Bill Byrd. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento County Farm Bureau. It is the mission of the Farm Bureau to represent, protect, and advance the social, economic, and educational interests of the farmers of California. It's straight out of our bylaws. Sphere of influence amendments before you tonight will take more than 1,100 acres of farmland out of production and send an unfavorable message to nearby production agriculture farms. According to the property rights and land use policy adopted by the Farm Bureau Board of Directors in 2007, quote, the Farm Bureau respects the position of the cities and the counties need to grow to accommodate future population growth. However, agriculture should be of highest priority and protected against urban sprawl. The Farm Bureau supports infill projects and revitalization of existing developed areas. The Farm Bureau opposes leapfrog centers in the county's agricultural areas, unquote. The final report issued on both SOI amendments highlights the provision that for every acre of farmland taken for development, another acre is set aside for mitigation purposes. However, it does not address the loss of flexibility for neighboring parcels once an SOI amendment is granted. Placing subdivisions, schools, residential, or commercial development on agricultural land makes it logistically impossible for farming and ranching operations nearby because of existing regulations that hamper production agriculture efforts. These amendments threaten an industry that produced over $500 million in revenue last year. Wine grapes are king in Sacramento County with an estimated value of near $185 million. Dairy, number 2 on that list, with an estimated value of near $50 million. When you drive out agriculture with these amendments, you drive out the jobs as well. The agriculture value chain accounts for nearly 3 million jobs in California. The Farm Bureau is a strong believer in private property rights and willing buyer, willing seller. That said, Farm Bureau is a passionate advocate for agriculture, and agriculture takes space. Leaping over undeveloped land to annex more land is a decision that needs to be made with an open discussion that features the pros and cons of both sides. Finally, I again quote from the Farm Bureau's land use policy of 2007, quote, "Without land, agriculture cannot manufacture food and fiber to feed and clothe the world, nor can it provide habitat for wildlife or the oxygen trees and plants produce to clean the air. Once agricultural land is converted to non-agricultural uses, it historically has never returned to agriculture. Therefore, agricultural land should be protected from conversions to non-agricultural uses," unquote. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Bill. You have a voice made for radio, I got to tell you. Suzanne Pesci, followed by Sharon Lyons.
Good evening. You should have received my letter late in your packet. But for the record, my name is Suzanne Pesci, and I'm a 40-year resident in the city of Elk Grove, a 30-year resident of the rural area. My land is served by a domestic well and septic tank. I am also the AgRes alternate board member on the Sacramento County, Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority. And tonight I speak for myself. I do not speak of their views or any positions they might have. I oppose this application that requests to set aside such a large amount of premium and important farmland for future annexation and more sprawl, and where Elk Grove can post yet another sign reading a future site of something, anything, a mall, soccer complex, or a business complex. So many of these projects have been rezoned and have turned into yet more rooftops for our area and more sprawl for our region. We all agree that farming is very important for our area, that it is a huge economic engine for our region. And by putting all of these farm areas into study areas, we further reduce the economic potential and opportunities for the farmers in our area, as well as the financial gain for all of us. Farmland should not be used as a bait to lure new businesses. Good leadership should be the attraction. This project, most importantly, has no water, which another speaker has pointed out. Sacramento County Water Agency did not even provide a letter of interest for a future facility or capacity. What really bothers me about this application is the time that was spent on the well records of the 7 agricultural wells that are on this agricultural property. They examined well records, pumping capacity of all of these wells, and even some vague comments about possible on-site facilities for potential municipal water supply, if I was reading it right. And this translates to unplanned groundwater pumping. This project is not included in any groundwater plan, management plan for our region. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is the state legislature's mandate to get a grip on statewide water use, on the very limited supply that we have. And I really feel that with the implementation of SGMA, that there will no longer be first in time, first in line approaches to allocating water. As we get further down the road in the implementation of this plan, it's really my understanding that your role may even be diminished in LAFCO, with all due respect to the work you do, and that coordinating of new development and water use and perhaps even expansions of communities will be in the hands of local groundwater sustainable agencies and all classes of water users that are in their district, which is how it should be,
Suzanne, if you could wrap up, I'd appreciate it.
Finally, as a resident of the rural area in Elk Grove, I really have appreciated the support that the city of Elk Grove has given the Elk Grove rural area. But this support needs to be in writing in this document. The Clean Water Act that is quoted in this document talks about no adverse impact on ratepayers. We are ratepayers in the Sacramento County Groundwater Authority. We pay rates. And I really feel that we need a commitment in writing from the city that the ag-res community will not be adversely affected by any new development that comes into this area, and that we will not be required to hook up to wet utilities, sewer, and water. So tonight I'm asking all of you to look at this project, to oppose this, and set a higher bar for Elk Grove. The regional community of all
Suzanne,
water
if you could just
users
offer a final thought, please.
is requiring your attention tonight, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Sharon Lyons, followed by Steve Euler.
Good evening, Commissioners. Actually, the Sacramento Bee editorial board provided the words I will be reading tonight, and I thank them so much. It is dated Wednesday, February 7th. I am quoting from their article that was in today's Bee. Sacramento County doesn't need more sprawl, that's the title, and I will not read it all. There is already plenty of land in Sacramento County where developers can build. To improve air quality and address climate change, officials should be encouraging more infill housing, not more subdivisions. Sprawl is not the answer to California's affordable housing crisis, and officials should be protecting farmland and open space and preserving water supply. The executive officer of the LAFCO is recommending approval, though he is also offering a smaller alternative of 530 acres. In his report, Donald Lockhart says that while Elk Grove has enough land to handle residential, commercial, and office growth in the next 8 to 10 years, it does not have capacity for industrial, manufacturing, and other large employment centers to improve the jobs-housing balance. But Elk Grove just offered 267 acres that already has the proper zoning and environmental reviews in an unsuccessful bid for the Amazon headquarters. And it is working with Fremont-based NRC Manufacturing for a plant that would anchor the 1,250-acre southeast policy area. So clearly, there are already sites available for major employment projects. And since LAFCO doesn't control land use, there's no guarantee the area would be developed as a jobs base. The 7 members of the Sacramento LAFCO board, which are you folks here, your duty is to look beyond the desires of developers or the wishes of one city and do what's best for the entire county, and that means saying no. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Steve Euler, followed by Clay Merrill.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am Steve Euler. My letter to the Commission was related to carbon footprint of our electric system in the Sacramento County. I reference something known as a power content label. I would hope that all of you have observed your power content label and have followed it, because it tells you how green the electricity is. My point here is it's dropped 7% from 27% in 2014 to 20% in 2016. We actually don't get this information until about 2 years after we purchase the materials. The Cosumnes River plant runs at over 80%. We've had the largest increase in carbon footprint for electrical generation since 2005. We are climbing up. The county and SMUD in particular is one of the largest carbon greenhouse gas producers as far as electricity. And any of these kind of things, and SMUD has also done away with their Iowa Hill project, which was going to be pump storage. We need storage. You should always consider whether or not these projects, as well as other projects in the area, have storage. Even though there are solar systems right in the vicinities, sometimes SMUD cannot do what's called balance those. cloudy day, a partly cloudy day, they may shut the thing down for the whole day. We have curtailment on the CalISO. Unfortunately, SMUD doesn't give us the same information that the CalISO does, but they have what they call a duct chart. I'm sure SMUD has a duct chart. I would suggest that you insist that they feed you with this information so you'll understand that we're in a renewable desert. There's a reference to a Tim Tutt. He's a lobbyist for SMUD. Pay attention to the AB 1110 power content discussion he has. He appears to be concerned that he's going to have to tell you how much greenhouse gas is in your 100% renewable electricity you get, because they buy stuff as far away as New Mexico, but they don't pay for the wires to ship it here. He says right in there they have a lot of contracts they don't deliver. So consider this and only give advantage to projects that will support more renewable energy that's actually here, that's actually used. We talk farm to fork. What we have now is like ordering organic and somebody else eats it. I also am a fan of the birds and the farming. I say no on this subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Clay Merrill. Following Clay is Roberta Uri.
I'll pass.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Clay Merrill. I'm a resident of Elk Grove. I've lived in Elk Grove for 9 years, and I just wanted to come and advocate in favor of this amendment. I am in favor of Elk Grove continuing to grow. I'm in favor of Elk Grove continuing to become an economic part of this region and of this county. And the Camara Road connector is going to be an economic driver in this region. So a vote in favor of this is a vote in favor of a bigger, brighter Elk Grove. Also, on a personal note, I do have 4 children. I do want them to live in Elk Grove. I do want them to be able to call Elk Grove home in the future, and I am concerned that if we do not vote in favor of this, we're not looking at the future of what could be for Elk Grove. So I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again to Roberta for passing. So next up would be Rob Stutzman, followed by David Nystrom.
Chairman Hume, Commissioners, and if Bill had a voice for radio, Chairman, I'm afraid I might be here with the face for radio, but for a few moments. I am a 25-year resident of the city and area of Elk Grove, meaning I predate the city being incorporated. And as a resident of Elk Grove, when I see this application, I see the exact reason why we worked very hard to create a city for ourselves in the south part of Sacramento County. When so much planning had been done for decades that was out of our hands, we wanted to take our own future into our own hands. It makes complete sense to give the city of Elk Grove this opportunity. If regional government has determined that there's going to be a major transportation connector through the south boundary of the city of Elk Grove, but they can only have the sphere to influence development on the north side and not the south side, that's absurd. To me, this is a no-brainer. Imagine this. It'd be like driving down Douglas Boulevard and thinking the city of Roseville only ever had an opportunity to develop the north side and not the south side. Now, how that works for a city to be cohesive, to be strategic, and to optimize this major transportation corridor that's going to flow through its southern boundary just makes completely no sense at all. Let me also say this, and this has to do with housing. The issues facing the state of California with the housing crisis are multiple, so why they exist. There's state problems, there's local problems, there's problems with the law, in my opinion, much of which we've seen on display here in the previous 45 minutes. But there are solutions that have to take place at every level, including at the state level, but also the local level. And make no mistake that there are many of us that have a passion about where our children are going to roost in the years to come. That is just as strong about, I think, other passion that's been conveyed here tonight. And to not approve this application, I think exacerbates the problem that's in front of you. But you can go home tonight having done something to mitigate this problem right here where you have influence and have the ability to do so. And we need decisions like this positively made throughout the state on a continuing basis in the years to come. I strongly support the executive officer's report and recommendation and hope you all vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. David Nystrom, followed by Paul Lindsay.
Board members, my name is Dave Nystrom, and I've been part of the local real estate community for 40 years. During that time, the population of Sacramento region has grown considerably as we share in the growth of the state as a whole. For my part, my company has completed major urban projects, suburban office parks, infill projects, and the conversion of Maythew Air Force Base, partnering with the county. First, I'd like to say the LAFCO staff has done an excellent job presenting the project in its staff report, and I agree with the findings presented there. The report correctly predicts that the region will continue to grow and that reasonable accommodation must be made for that growth. Because of recent intense media exposure, everyone's aware of the acute shortage of housing in our region and the related effect of that shortage, expensive housing. Housing in California is expensive for two reasons. First, the incredibly long, tedious, and costly process needed to bring housing to the market. And second, the high cost of fees, permits, and mitigations peculiar to this state. These factors have conspired to dramatically limit the supply of all kinds of housing, and especially affordable housing. Like the rest of the state, Elk Grove finds itself running out of developable land and must begin planning for its future. The sphere of influence action before you tonight begins that process. It should be noted, however, that this action doesn't grant any development entitlements to the property. It only determines which political jurisdiction will grant those entitlements. It's been suggested by some that this action should wait until the city has exhausted all of its other developable land. That timing doesn't work, however. Once this property is in the city's sphere, they'll be required to undertake a comprehensive planning effort, a task that could easily take 10 years or more. The action must be taken now so that the property is ready when the balance of land is available. As an aside, there's been a lot of discussion about the urban services boundary and the notion that it was put in place as a long-term planning exercise. I can tell you, we were all young people when that USB was put in place. I think it was 30 years ago. Look at us now. It's a different demographic. As further reason for this action, this sphere modification will put the approval burden on the elected body that most closely represents the people who will be most affected by those decisions. It's always a good idea to make government most responsive to the people most affected by its decisions. For these reasons, I encourage you to support your staff and executive officer and approve the action. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Lindsay. Following Paul will be Ken Nowak, Jr.
Good evening. My name is Paul Lindsay. I'm a resident of Elk Grove. Been there for 32 years. As a former planning commission for that city, I'm proudly a life member of the Sierra Club, a member of the Mother Lode chapter of the Sierra Club, and a member of the Nature Conservancy. But I'm speaking solely for myself. And I will try to make my comments brief. You've heard a wide panoply of people and organizations that have combined in their opposition to this application, ranging from environmental groups, Farm Bureau, private citizens, the like. All these groups urge you to consider protection of farmland, protection of endangered wildlife, issues of water availability, climate change, greenlighting, the potential to greenlight urban sprawl. They speak to concerns that all of us have, and their input should be given your full attention. I'd remind you that just a few years ago, this same body heard an application for an SOI by the city of Elk Grove for almost 8,000 acres along its southern boundary. The application included all the area under consideration tonight. At that time, the Commission expressed reasonable and sound concerns regarding that application, and ultimately that application was withdrawn. However, those concerns that were addressed earlier have not changed. There will be other applications that come before LAFCO that also will encompass areas that were previously submitted by the city. I'd argue that both the current applicants and the city are trying to get piecemeal approval for the same acreage previously erred. You must not allow this to happen. And I think it bears repeating the last paragraph of the Bee's editorial. Your duty, and I'll stress that, your duty is to look beyond the desires of developers or the wishes of one city and do what's best for the entire county. And that means saying no. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Next up is Ken Nowak, followed by, looks like Chuck Kelly.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ken Nowak, Jr. I'm a fourth-generation Sacramento region resident and a land broker of 41 years. I'm very active in most all of our Sacramento submarkets, land brokerage-wise, with a specific emphasis with and around the Elk Grove region, including the Southeast Policy Area, SEPA, of Elk Grove, west of Highway 99, and the Triangle Point Master Plan, east of Highway 99, among other sectors of the Elk Grove submarket. I'm excited regionally to see the evolution necessarily as we grow as a region of what we refer to as the JPA Southeast Connector, connecting Highway 50 with I-5, and which connector includes an integral part of it, Camera Road, the north boundary of the lands a party to the topic at hand this evening. This connector, together with the likes of the Placer Parkway in Placer County, connecting Highway 99 in our north region with Highway 65 in the Roseville-Rockland region, collectively and substantially begin to form what can commonly be referred to as a regional ring road, much like what we see and what I have experienced in the municipalities like Beijing, China, Washington, D.C., Cebu, the Philippines, and the like. These visionary infrastructure plan designs, ring roads, are smart planning from the perspective of traffic efficiencies and consequently economic development corridors for the benefit of said municipalities and its citizens. Ring roads manage master planning in the spirit of controlling the dynamic of leapfrog development, whereby development can and should occur along both sides of these transportation corridors rather than developing removed from them. In that regard, and inasmuch as the JPA Southeast Connector has become part of our regional blueprint, it only seems appropriate that it accommodate development along both its flanks. In this specific instance, with respect to the Camera Road component part of the JPA Connector, flanking it to the north is the 1,200-acre SEPA master plan contiguous to Camera Road, which has already been adopted and annexed into the city of Elk Grove and slated for the primary geographical growth area for new jobs and housing. The lands a party to this SOI discussion this evening are those 1,156 acres flanking the JPA Connector contiguous to the south of Camera Road. Vision-wise, the evolution of half an economic development corridor to the north only, i.e. SEPA, does not seem practical in the long run. Today, we are provided with the opportunity perhaps to plan effectively for what will be evolving into a major regional ring road economic development corridor for the benefit of our transportation circulation well into the future, as well as its favorable and efficient economic repercussions. I hope and look forward to your favorable consideration of these lands contiguous to the south of the Camera Road as part of the SOIA, a logical future annexation candidate for the benefit of our region and Elk Grove. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Chuck Kelly. Following Chuck is Lynn Wheat.
I can't help but think about 5 houses per acre, 3 people per house, 15 people, and a Swenson Hawk requires what? How much space? 300 acres? Something like that. I favor this. I've really noticed something tonight that I think we need to back up to common sense. I think the scope of the question that you're being asked to answer is not as inclusive as the environmental concerns seem to involve. I see, I've read it many more times now, I see lots of safety nets that are left in place. I think that point's only been made once here. I think it was Mr. Nystrom, that this will not just light a torch to it and let it go crazy. There still are processes, decisions to be made, and with all due respect to the environmental concerns, that's very important. That should not be ignored. That's where their concerns probably should come to light. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Lynn Wheat, and following Lynn will be Timothy Murphy.
Good evening. My name's Lynn Wheat, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove. My concern with the FEIR is that the City of Elk Grove has submitted a flawed municipal service review. The city, by its own admission, in a recent questionnaire sent to residents, needs additional revenue to provide, quote, essential services and to maintain its infrastructure, this after having been a city for 18 years. Clearly, the financial model is not working. A couple years back, the former director of Public Works stated to the City Council that the city was not allocating sufficient funds for roadway maintenance and needed an additional $8 million annually just to maintain what we had. Thanks to the increased gas tax, that deficit is still running about $4.5 million a year, according to the latest budget report. During this time, the City Council has substantially lowered development impact fees and placed more reliance on Mello-Roos fees for new homes being built, which, despite being raised the maximum amount each year, are still unable to maintain its infrastructure. An article 2 days ago in Comstock magazine featured the financial issues with the City of Roseville, which is forcing cutbacks in service because of its over-reliance on sales tax, which accounts for 40% of the city's revenue. Well, Elk Grove is on the same position. Elk Grove's job housing imbalance and lack of new employment is the cause of Elk Grove's financial woes, and the city is now pushing on a sales tax increase. That does nothing to wean the city off sales tax, but makes its dependency even worse. The city touted SEPA, the Southeast Planning Area, as the 20-year master plan that would serve as an employment center. But the first project out of the box was another major housing subdivision. The zoning in SEPA is called hybrid zoning, which basically allows anything. Until the city can demonstrate financial responsibility and limit residential sprawl, I don't believe the city should expand its sphere. They are struggling to maintain what they already have, and SEPA has sufficient land for 20 years to demonstrate this. I have 30 seconds. I was very disappointed with the EIR and the response I had regarding my concerns with suburban propane. They are taking the city's old, outdated studies, not really responsive to my questions and concerns, and just saying that it's not a CEQA issue. As they continue to grow and infringe upon the suburban propane tanks, which contain propane, they will introduce the possibility of some terrorist threat and other problems around that. I recently talked to one of the home developers, realtors, who told me, yes, there is some concern, but don't worry about it. The tanks are empty during the summer. This will be another business that will be pushed out of California because of our poor land use decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Next up is Timothy Murphy, and following Timothy is Scott Rothenberg.
Chairman Hume, Commissioners, good evening. I also served as a former planning commissioner in the city of Elk Grove from 2004 to 2008, which was the time of the city's, I think, most explosive growth. I would like to point out that it was in 2005, some 4 years after the city had incorporated, is when the first project that had originated with the city from start to finish was heard by the planning commission and then later gone on to the council. So it shows how much development took place that the city was not in control of. In addressing that Grove, the general plan adopted in 2003 took steps to ensure that the preservation of the of Northeast Elk Grove remained rural. That was also upheld in the city's general plan update in 2007. There is and continues to be a concerted effort to make sure that this area remains rural and the large parcels in that area are not rezoned to a higher density. The SACOG blueprint was meant to inform jurisdictional land use decisions with the objective of getting the biggest bang for the transportation dollar and for the infrastructure improvements. With the electorate's renewal of Measure A in 2004, it specifically identified the Southeast Connector project as an included project. So now, not only has the proposed SOI area been long considered as a future growth area for Elk Grove, the fact that it borders the connector corridor will allow for the biggest bang of that infrastructure buck. In order for the city to appropriately plan for the organic growth and the location of a proper jobs balance to accompany the anticipated growth that they have in their future, Elk Grove needs the SOI to ensure that they can meet the appropriate long-term land use planning needs for the expected 46,000 new residents in the next 18 years. And this SOI request is particularly important given the current housing shortage in California that a few other speakers have mentioned. With the astronomical rents and housing costs that we see in the Bay Area, that migration again of Bay Area residents to Sacramento for their more affordable land rates is crowding our own residents out of that housing market and is a contributing factor to the homelessness situation that we see so prevalent in our community. Elk Grove needs the opportunity to plan for their own community and for their future residents. I ask that you please approve the SOI application before you tonight as recommended by your professional staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Scott Rothenberg, and following Scott is Michael Manaski.
Good evening. Thank you. Scott Rothenberg. I'm a new resident of Elk Grove. Moved there because I like the small town feel. It's nice. You have a lot of convenience and amenities around you, and you have the rural area kind of right by you. I'm a former resident of Orange County and Southern California, and so when I hear and see what's going on in Elk Grove, it concerns me because Orange County's living there, the quality of life was difficult. It was lower with traffic, sprawl. You have the example of San Bernardino County, Riverside County, who it was just housing. And you hear a lot of the same reason. I heard all these reasons, housing shortage, everything like that. It was a nightmare commuting just 6 miles on the road, on one main city road. Nightmare because of the amount of people and cramming housing developments everywhere without having any kind of employment centers. And I'm talking employment centers, not Costco and things of that, big box stores and things like that. I'm talking about companies. I know Elk Grove has an Apple facility, and that's good. And I would hope that the city would try to move forward in trying to attract more businesses such as that. But I would state that I would agree with the comments of Ecos Habitat 2020 and the Sierra Club, my concerns about the environmental impacts. It's apparent that your body is responsible for looking at development in a regional manner. And the city of Elk Grove is got what seems to be some land available. They're updating their general plan. Maybe the timing isn't right for this. So I would, my personal opinion is I would move that the body does not approve this, but if so, I would ask that the environmental mitigation that's required in MMRP is reported back to the body, and that's made public so that we can track and make sure that these commitments are actually followed through. I'm an environmental planner myself. I know many times these commitment measures are made and then nothing happens afterwards. The reporting and the tracking, it's kind of a weak spot. So having that kind of data would allow, I think, give the board more information as to whether these decisions that they're making based on these environmental mitigation commitments is actually happening. And you'll have the data to better paint that picture when you have project proponents coming up saying, yeah, we're going to mitigate that. Don't worry about it, we'll mitigate it, and it's in the environmental document. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Michael Manaski, followed by Tom Waltman.
Well, I didn't submit a speaker card.
You actually submitted 2 of them with pseudonyms on them, so would you like to address the commission, Mr. Manaski?
Pseudonyms. Well, the pseudonyms were supposed to be announced, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The pseudonyms were...
Would you like to speak to the subject matter?
Sanders H. Crane and S. Hillary Crane. There's a purpose to this, Mr. Hume. You have no humor when you deal with me, but you're a Hume, but you're no humor. It seems that... and the Cranes couldn't be here, so, I'm kind of speaking on their behalf. I'm feeling surrounded and smothered by corruption, a culture of corruption. Today at the Capitol, health insurance systems that fund the Assembly and State Senate campaigns, their money shut down the discussion about single-payer health care. Today, that just happened, about an hour before this started, or an hour after this started. Land speculators, finance companies, builders, trade unions contribute to local, county, municipal campaigns. Just as it is with the state legislators on health care issues, none of the elected officials, members of this commission, are morally or ethically fit to decide this application. Most of all, your chair is most obviously morally corrupted and should have recused himself from this discussion and decision. Mr. Hume stands to win a handsome economic prize, personally enriching him as this body approves this application.
False.
Excuse me, but
false.
This is my time to speak and not yours.
Not going to make allegations against me that are characterly false.
I'm going to repeat it then. Most of all, your chair is most obviously morally corrupted and should have recused himself from this discussion and decision. Mr. Hume stands to win a handsome economic
false.
Personally and
false.
As this body approves this application.
False.
This scheme works well for land speculators and financiers and for you as a political campaign recipients of their largesse.
I think you should sit down, Mr. Mulcahy.
No. Oh. While increasing air pollution, it guarantees employment for me as a respiratory therapist treating asthmatic children and lung-diseased adults. It works poorly for flora and fauna and the people who live here. Expansion of the city's already sprawling boundaries increases risks to flooding while challenging rapidly depleting stores of groundwater. Elk Grove is not a walkable city. It's a sprawling suburb with traffic gridlock. Elk Grove is the South County's tapeworm on open space, farmland, and wildlife habitat. Elk Grove's propensity to pave paradise fits well with the moral turpitude of the elected officials on the take. And as former state treasurer Jesse Unruh once said of lobbyists, if you can't eat their food, drink the booze, screw their women and take their money and then vote against them, you don't belong up here. All I can say is this: I dare you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Tom Waltman. Following Tom is Nancy, looks like Hewitt.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Tom Waltman. I'm a 20-year resident of the city of Elk Grove, and I'm here on behalf of myself instead of any other organization I may or may not be involved with. I am truly sorry that you just had to put up with that. That is ridiculous, and I apologize on behalf of the citizens of Elk Grove that I know that you have to listen to that. That said, when I moved to Elk Grove in 1997, we lived in Laguna West, looked out over the land south of Elk Grove Boulevard and watched the county develop that land to the south. That was the point at which all of this became pretty moot. Once that land started to be developed, the push south was going to happen, whether it was the city of Elk Grove or the county of Sacramento. Everybody knew that. The landowners have been lining up to sell that land off as soon as it could be zoned for development. And that's just the reality. When the JPA connector was approved, that put the dagger into the heart of the agricultural community down there. I know a lot of the dairy farmers in that area. I know landowners in that area. And I guarantee you, it's not the city of Elk Grove or development that's putting them out. It's subsidies for dairy. It's all of those things that are going away. That's what's killing them. If you want to address that, this SOI amendment isn't going to help. The city of Elk Grove needs more housing, regardless of what anybody says about the number of homes in Elk Grove. I want my kids to have a place to live there without looking at this and consciously planning the housing and the jobs that go with it. The city of Elk Grove is doing a disservice to its citizens, and this expansion makes sense. I urge you to approve the expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Weltman. Nancy Hewitt. Following Nancy is Chris Tooker.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for listening. I just wanted to speak to the quality of life that sprawl diminishes. As a person who worked in the health effects of air quality issues, I wanted to mention that every time you increase sprawl, as this is a project that will promote sprawl, every time you increase traffic, more busy roadways, as this kind of project will increase, you are creating, it's not a very comforting thought, but every time you're on the freeway or on a busy roadway, you are breathing in fine particle pollutants. This is particularly true. The Air Board has proven this in many studies, that you get submicron particles deep into your lungs that go into your bloodstream that can affect heart health and also lung health, of course. And something just to create sort of a personal aspect to your decision, just think of perhaps of how this might affect. Maybe your immune system's strong enough to handle this, but maybe your child, maybe your cousin, maybe your grandma's not. The other point I wanted to make, and this is more of a question, I know in Sacramento, most of there's a dearth of affordable housing. A couple speakers have talked about the need for their children. I have also young adult children that I would like to be able to afford to live here, but most of the housing that's being built is high-end and will not be affordable for them. And I don't know if that is an issue that's been addressed by LAFCO or whatever appropriate body should address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Tooker, and following Chris Tooker is Earl. What they said.
Good evening. My name is Chris Tooker. I live at 3399 Barberry Lane in Sacramento. I'm a native of Elk Grove. I was born there in 1945 and lived there until about 1998. I'm here tonight as a member of the Friends of the Stone Lakes Wildlife Refuge, a nonprofit advocacy group that works to promote and protect the Stone Lakes Wildlife Refuge, which is located west of the city of Elk Grove on the west side of I-5. That refuge was established in 1994, and there has since that time, that it was established with a boundary that encompasses about 18,000 acres. And since that time, there has been over $8 million expended in terms of land purchases by the county, by the state, and the federal government to help support and develop the refuge through purchasing habitat lands and rehabilitating habitat lands. The reality of refuges, and it's true of the Stone Lakes Wildlife Refuge as well as the Cosumnes River Preserve, is that those refuges depend not just on the habitat lands that occupy within their boundaries, but on the farmlands that surround them and provide foraging habitat for migrating waterfowl, which is very critical to those waterfowl species surviving and multiplying as they are an important part of the Pacific Flyway that the Federal Fish and Wildlife Agency is responsible for addressing in terms of trying to protect their long-term viability. The reality of this proposal is that it would result in the loss of open spaces and also, most importantly, agricultural lands that not only add to the economy of the county, but for purposes of wildlife preservation, they provide benefits for foraging for migrating waterfowl, which is imperative to the continuing success of those refuges, and in this case will result in an adverse impact to those refuges and their long-term viability. So based on those concerns, we recommend that you deny the project, and I believe as a former commissioner of this commission, as a public member, that you need to look seriously when you're confronted with a decision about how you balance the avoidance of sprawl and the provision of infrastructure and the protection of important ag lands and open space, and you have a situation where you cannot assure that it will not result in the loss of important open space and ag land, then I believe you need to look seriously at alternatives to the proposed expansion. And as was mentioned earlier, and I won't go into in detail, there is a lot of land available along the borders of the city of Elk Grove within the urban services boundary that would serve their needs once those needs develop. And I think it's questionable whether that need is there at this time. But nonetheless, I really think to make a balanced judgment on this project, you would reach a decision that you reject it and direct the city, encourage the city to look more long-term at those areas adjacent to its boundaries, which are within the urban services boundaries, so that your decisions can be consistent with the long-term goals and objectives of the county and of other agencies to attain good air quality, to protect open space and agricultural lands, and
Mr.
to
Tooker,
plan
if you could
for
have a
efficient
final thought,
deployment
please.
of municipal services. And I would just close by saying that I agree entirely with the policy analysis comments provided by Andy Sawyer, and believe that you should take those seriously in looking at the expectations of us in the public, that you responsibly look at the policy implications of this project and make your decisions looking at the regional perspective and the efforts that are already underway by agencies within the region to accomplish the same goals that you're charged to address.
Thank you, sir.
In terms of avoiding sprawl, providing services, and protecting our important open space and ag resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Earl Withicombe. Following Earl is Diane Osorio.
Good evening, members of LAFCO. Earl Withicombe. I work for the last 44 years as an air pollution engineer in a variety of capacities. I'm here to express concerns about the accuracy of some of the underlying documents upon which the conclusions of the staff report and the proponents' allegations with respect to environmental protection are based. Several years ago, I did an analysis of several of the climate action plans that had been adopted by local agencies in the Sacramento region, and I found significant inaccuracies and misrepresentations in the plan that was adopted by Elk Grove, the city of Elk Grove. And that plan is relied upon to bridge the difference between what the SOI emissions are going to be per individual service population per year, and what the California goal is as established by legislation and the governor's executive order. The 2013 Climate Action Plan adopted by Elk Grove is one example, forecasted that there'd be reductions in emissions from long-distance commuters taking the E-Trans system, the express bus that runs from Elk Grove to downtown Sacramento. And the projection was in 2013 that annual ridership would increase by 23% each successive year through 2020, the horizon year for the first target in greenhouse gas reductions. That figure was based upon the first 2 years of operation, where you would naturally expect reasonable growth. On November 2017, barely 3 months ago, the City Council reduced service in the E-Trans system by 7.6%. Climate action plans are not required to be vetted by any governmental agency, professional peer organization, or experts of any kind. And this is a significant omission with respect to state law and regulation. It needs to be cured, because there is potential for much mischief in the development of these clean air climate action plans to misrepresent the emission reductions that would be achieved by various actions that are laid out, and some even just forecasted. And I would say I would not urge you to support the application before you, and rather in any future applications you ask for additional information on the validity of climate action plans upon which decisions or applications that come to you are based. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Diane Osorio, and following Diane is Darian DeLu.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diane Osorio. I'm the Mother Lo Chapter Director. Besides agreeing with the environmental concerns presented to you today, I would like to add another serious concerns for the environmental community and a priority for the Mother Lo Chapter in the region, which is transportation and well-funded public transit. Our public transit is falling behind already to service our region's needs with our current boundaries. This development is at the far end of our region, and this will lengthen our commute times, which undoubtedly will increase our vehicles' miles traveled, which means more pollution, more congestion, and a significant impact to climate change. Also, I would like to emphasize from a comment made before about the connector, it's an expressway to bypass the city of Elk Grove and not to aid Elk Grove to sprawl. We urge you to consider developing our region with people in mind and not cars. We urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Darian DeLu, followed...
Darian just went to the restroom. She'll be right back.
Betsy Wyland.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for your time and patience this evening. My name is Betsy Wyland, and while there are several things I'd like to comment on, I really feel what I need to take my time with is to expand a little bit on what Diane just said regarding the connector, the expressway. And let me tell you that I speak with a great deal of authority, I feel, on this issue, because when we put Measure A before the voters in 2004, I was part of the community that really opposed that sales tax. And one of the reasons we opposed the sales tax, this transportation sales tax, was because of the inclusion of the connector. We realized at that time, and that is why I'm so heartily disappointed this evening to hear the proponents of this project tout the reason why we need to have this project is to take maximum benefit of the connector. When you presented the connector project to the public, this is the way it was sold, okay, to the public. It was not a vehicle for sprawl. It was not a vehicle to destroy open space, farmland. This was an expressway. And your outreach materials to the public included strong statements regarding there will be minimum on-off ramps. Access will not be, do not picture businesses lining these expressways or homes lining these expressways with little roads getting on and off, okay? This was designed, you told the public, to relieve
congestion on our existing freeways, 5, 99, 50. It was to move through traffic, truck traffic, for instance. So if you wonder sometimes why people like me start knocking on doors and asking people not to support sales taxes or things that normally we would be in favor of, it's because of examples like this. The public trust is broken when you will approve projects, potentially approve projects, based on broken promises. So I thank you very much for your time and patience this evening.
Thank you, Betsy. Okay, Darian.
Thank you. I'm Darian DeLue. I am appreciative of this opportunity to speak. The role of LAFCO is, in effect, to protect quality of life for all of us in this region. And I think quality of life is a theme that has come up repeatedly this evening. Open space is very important to quality of life. It's an aspect of it. Recent research showed that there's a strong connection between green natural spaces and lower rates of that modern plague, depression. I ask you to keep in mind the role of green space in maintaining quality of life, because for all of us in this area, not just Elk Grove, but the residents of Elk Grove, the residents of Sacramento, we all want quality of life. Some Elk Grove residents have called for this proposal to support more jobs for their children. However, this body should have a wider view of the needs of children throughout this area. Housing has come up many times this evening, and especially the cost of housing and land for housing. But both of these issues can be addressed through means besides paving over agricultural land and open space. Higher density housing in urban areas can address the need for less expensive housing in a smaller area. And many young people today prefer such living arrangements because they recognize the grim reality of the modern world, that to protect the quality of life, humans must protect open space for themselves and for the non-human residents of our environment. Jobs have come up as an issue here, jobs for children. However, when the quality of life in an area, when the air quality, when the sprawl, when the commute becomes worse and worse, employers will not choose to site their facilities in an area. So I'll conclude by saying that many speakers have raised multiple problems with this proposal. And I agree with the concerns they've raised about air, water, and obviously open space. LAFCO must consider all of these and must consider the needs of Elk Grove children, Sacramento children, and children throughout this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that does it for all the public speaker slips. I had heard from a commissioner that they felt that the city of Elk Grove had not weighed in on their position. So I know we have some representatives from the city. My colleague Darren Soon is here. My colleague Stephanie Wynn was here, but she's feeling under the weather, and so she left. And then we have our planning director, Christopher Jordan, that can maybe reiterate some of the items. I know that Mr. Harrison wasn't in attendance for the presentation at the December meeting, and also ask any questions with respect to some of the statements that have made with regard to the city. So Darren, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hume, members of the Commission. There's a lot of speakers tonight, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. I first want to start off and say that I greatly appreciate and empathize with many of the concerns raised about environmental impacts, effects to habitat and service, municipal services. I would also hope that folks can appreciate my vision, and I apologize, I am currently the Vice Mayor of the City of Elk Grove. I'm coming here tonight speaking as an individual, and I hope the folks can appreciate my vision for a sustainable and balanced community, one that includes a robust job center that will reduce vehicle miles traveled, which will subsequently reduce greenhouse gas emissions, a higher education opportunities that will support our workforce and young children. That as we're one of the largest school districts in this state, we have 6 high schools in our city that we constantly have a lot of kids coming out of there that need workforce development, and finally amenities that will support a higher quality of life for our residents. Expanding the SOI will enable us, the city, to drive the planning process and analyze uses that will support that vision. The current boundary and land inventory that we have simply does not support the desired jobs housing balance that we need. We take our land use decisions very seriously, and we try to employ best practices wherever possible. We have rezoned underperforming retail uses to support residential land use. The current employment areas that were zoned, that are zoned for office, that was spoken and referred to earlier, that are vacant, we negotiated with residential land use developers to allow them to use a portion of the Melrose proceeds from the infrastructure financing districts to advance infrastructure that will accelerate the viability of those office zone lands. We continue to seek funding for Camera Road that will not only serve to connect those lands, but also serve as a marketing window for those office zone lands in order to make those office zone lands a viable parcel. We've also, in the recent general plan update, the joint city council and planning commission, we have not approved this yet, but we have given direction to limit our own growth. So I know there was comments earlier made about expanding farther south and right up to Eschinger Road. We've given direction to feather out the land uses such that as you get to Eschinger Road, you are matching the existing commercial agricultural uses down at Eschinger. So, and I do want to touch upon a few things. You know, I heard earlier about comments about transit. I'm a huge transit advocate for the city. I know Councilman Hume has been a big advocate as well. We're doing everything we can to improve the mobility within our city, bringing light rail down into the city, investing in bus rapid transit, a form of bus rapid transit within our city. We know that we're very limited in what we can do in terms of freeway expansions, in terms of parallel road systems. So we're doing everything we can to invest in transit. There hasn't been a recognition of market dynamics in terms of job centers. I know that a lot of comments were made about the vacant lands, that they could just turn those residential lands into employment centers. Those areas aren't placed to allow an office or employment center to thrive. We also, this council and councils prior to me, have demonstrated and recognized the value of a rural community within our city limits, a rural community that doesn't allow for typical infrastructure for suburban areas. Many of the statements, I believe, that talk about developing vacant lands refer to urbanizing those areas. So, in summary, I would just say that given our past practices of taking steps to make the most efficient use of land where possible, recognizing the value of a rural community within the city of Elk Grove, and then even giving direction to limit our own growth. I ask you to support this SOI expansion, so to allow us to get involved with the property owners and to drive a planning process that will result in a responsibly planned application. So, thank you.
Any questions for Councilmember Soon? Commissioner Harrison?
Just a point of clarification. I heard you say you speak as an individual, yet you talk about what the city's needs are, and I did review the tape from last month's meeting, understanding the city's explanation of the needs. I have to say I find it curious that property owners of 1,150 acres are making the case for citywide needs, and I really haven't heard much from the city. In my packet, I haven't seen anything official, so I would ask, has the City Council taken official action to support this, or is your statement here tonight on behalf of the City Council, or is that an individual?
I'm here tonight as an individual, but I will tell you that we have chimed in on the process. If you look at our general plan update, and Christopher Jordan can speak to in greater detail about the general plan process and where we are with it, we have anticipated this sphere expansion in our general plan update.
Thank you. Any other questions for Darren? Thank you, Darren. CJ, did you want to provide a primer?
Good evening, Commissioners. Christopher Jordan with the City of Elk Grove City Manager's Office. I do work on strategic and long-range planning for the city, so the general plan update is one of my charges. I won't touch on everything that's been gone through this evening. I think Darren certainly did a good point of highlighting some of the things that are going on at the city. Jobs housing, of course, is a big issue for us. One of the things we've really been focusing on with the general plan update is the MTP question there. What the MTP describes in the current version is this concept of major employment centers being around the region. We see great opportunity in the city, and the Southeast Policy Area is a first reflection of that for establishing a major employment center within the Elk Grove area. The regional housing needs allocation, affordable housing issues was brought up this evening. For those of you that are involved with land use decisions at your home jurisdictions, you'll recognize that as the RENA allocations continue to come forward every cycle, they continue to get more aggressive, higher numbers, and the way SACOG goes through and allocates them, of course, while trying to be respectful of the resources that exist and the available lands that exist, those impacts come back. We have to look at those as a local agency. So we have an allocation for this current RENA cycle that we were able to accommodate. We're expecting a large number next cycle that'll be actually issued here in the next couple of years, and we have to identify those sites by 2022. There's been recent legislation this last year on housing issues that we now have to perform in a certain regard. We have to report on that. So that will continue to be a challenge for us as well as we try to cite those. Infill development was mentioned this evening. I won't go into detail. We did talk about this at the December meeting. So I'll refer you to those slides. But we have looked at a number of projects over the last couple of years for infill development, and unfortunately the recurring theme that comes in is what does that compatibility look like with the adjoining neighborhoods? A couple of projects in particular, neighbors were concerned about how dense is that project? Is it a two-story home that can now look into my backyard? Maybe it's a project that's incorporating a trail for better connectivity, not just for that new subdivision, but for the existing subdivision next door, out to a major road, out to a shopping area. What does that look like? What is that new condition, and is that appropriate for that community? So those are concerns that we're dealing with at a local planning level. We continue to work through those and try to come up with the best solutions for the communities that are impacted by that. The rural area was mentioned. I won't go into detail. I think Councilmember Swin summarized that fairly well. Last, I'll highlight the time issue, and I did mention this at the December meeting. I'll highlight it again, and many have talked about it this evening. The time process that it goes through to go from where we are today to development being ready to go in the ground and start meeting whatever that ultimate vision is does take time. It should take time. It needs to go through that process. I think obviously the most appropriate example in the region is what Folsom has gone through. There, as some of you may recall, 1997, their general plan update occurred, identifying land south of 50 as being the logical continuation of the city. That went into a sphere amendment application to this commission that ultimately was approved in 2001. The master plan wasn't done for another 9 years. They had to go through and deal with those same water issues, deal with a whole variety of environmental issues, and so on. Ultimately, it comes back to this commission in 2012 for annexation and approval, but it's not until 2017 that construction of infrastructure actually starts out there. So a 20-year process to go through, and the sphere is the beginning of that. It is not the end of that. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered. We recognize that, and we stand ready to work through that. Finally, on the question of city support for the application, the existing general plan contemplates areas south of the existing city, actually down to the floodplain at the Consumnes River, as areas for study for future urban expansion. We've heard concerns over the years about this, and the proposed general plan updates that'll be coming to the council later this year. Based on council direction, we'll have a refined line. It actually pulls that line further to the north, down to about Essinger, and is incorporating language about changing as the density and the development occurs, that it begins to recognize that there are agricultural lands south of Essinger that are commercial in operation that have to be preserved and protected in perpetuity. And how our land use pattern ends up setting up and working is a reflection of those protections. So we are cognizant of those issues and are prepared to work through them. So thank you for this evening.
Thank you, Christopher. Any questions for Christopher? No? Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner Harrison, I'll speak to your question a little bit that you had for Councilmember Soon. We as a council did not vote to make him a spokesperson for this meeting tonight, and so by our own policies and procedures manuals, therefore, he can use his title, but he has to announce himself as an individual. However, with respect to this SOI land area, it was included in the 2013 or 2012 application that the city put forward. So we did have contemplated this SOI amendment, but within Cortese Knox, how a city-initiated application is handled and how a other initiated application is handled are two different animals, and so we tried to be a little mindful of that and not interject ourselves into the process.
That brings one other question to mind then, given that, the fact that the last time this came through, it was a city application. This time, it's the property owners making the application. So maybe you can explain why it is that the city has not, this is a property owner application, not a city application, which was what it was in 2013 for a much larger area. This is a much smaller area, yet the city is not the applicant. So perhaps you could embellish a little bit of history on that for me. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. And so I think what happened is back in 2013, the city recognized that the ask of the commission was larger than the commission was willing to accept. And so we recognized that it was not heading towards a favorable outcome, and so therefore we decided to just withdraw the application and reevaluate things. In my estimation, I can't speak for them, maybe they'll speak for this in their rebuttal, but I think that frustrated some of the landowners who had sort of put their eggs in with the city's basket, and so they moved forward with their own application, which is their right under, I assume that's under Cortese Knox as well. And so then at that point, it wouldn't make sense for the city to tell them, no, we'll go ahead and do it, because, you know, essentially, if I can be crass, you had someone else footing the bill. And so, so if they're going to pay for their own application, which is a smaller area, but within the area that the city was asking to do, it seemed more reasonable to let them go ahead and go forward with their process. And then the city has its own application with the sports park lands and little lands to the west. Did that answer the question? Okay, thank you. All right, any questions of staff? Okay, so we'll hear from the applicant at this point.
Thank you, Chair Hume, and members of the Commission and staff. We appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were made. My name is Daniel DePorto. I'm an attorney, principal with the law firm of Jarvis, Fay, DePorto, and Gibson. Our firm represents public agencies primarily. We represent scores of cities and special districts, and occasionally a county or two throughout Northern California. I've been practicing California Environmental Quality Act and planning and zoning law for over 20 years. Other related laws, Subdivision Map Act, including Cortese, Knox, Hertzberg, things like that. So I think the first thing I'd like to respond to here is to talk about, kind of bring us back to the beginning and what the project is here before you. You heard a lot of different characterizations of what the project is tonight, and going back to the staff report, the project, the request that's before you is a 4% increase in the area of the sphere of influence of the city of Elk Grove. That area, it's adjacent to existing city limits. It's adjacent to the planned employment area and transportation infrastructure there. What the project is not is a development approval. It's not even an annexation of the property yet. Your action tonight won't approve an annexation. It won't bring any land within the jurisdiction, the land use jurisdiction of the city of Elk Grove. It won't approve any change in land uses on that property. It won't permit any new use designations. It won't permit any development proposals. There is no concrete development proposal before you or even that has been developed yet for that property. The only action that you're being asked to do is to approve a 4% increase, which is, I think, a prudent, reasonable increase in the sphere of influence. And I think your staff and their consultants have done a great job of evaluating the environmental effects of that and analyzing the policy in the staff report. You heard tonight that this action that you're being asked to take would be contrary to prudent planning processes, and I beg to differ. This action tonight is part of long-term planning for the city of Elk Grove, for the special districts that are looking to plan their own futures. It's part of a long-term planning process, and it's a normal part of that process that is established by the state planning and zoning laws and Cortese, Knox, Hertzberg. And this is one step in a long process that ultimately could lead, it's not absolutely certain, it could lead to annexation in the future of the property. It may not. If the property is annexed, it would vest in the city of Elk Grove jurisdiction to make land use decisions for that area. Again, there's no certainty that how that would develop. There's no plan for its development at this point. All that's speculation at this point. So this is part of a proper planning process that will allow Elk Grove and the two special districts to engage in long-term planning of their own. Unless this happens, their hands are tied with respect to expanding on Elk Grove's southern boundaries. Elk Grove is looking to accommodate what regional agencies have asked them to do, which is a projected increase of roughly 46,000 people within its city limits. And in order to plan for that, it needs to take these steps, and it needs your approval in order to start doing that. That planning process that's going to follow from this action tonight is going to include multiple different occasions where California Environmental Quality Act compliance is going to be required. The annexation that comes back before you will have to comply with CEQA. Development applications that come to the city of Elk Grove, if any are submitted, will have to comply with CEQA. So there's going to be more opportunity to further refine the evaluation of potential impacts. And the evaluation of the potential impacts really can't even begin in earnest until there is a concrete development proposal before some legislative body. And to date, we don't have that. You heard some vague criticism of the adequacy of the EIR tonight. I was tempted to bring my copy of the EIR for dramatic effect and put it on the table because it would stack up about this high in multiple binders. I would commend your staff and their consultants because I think they did an excellent job with the EIR for a difficult project. Keep in mind, there is no development plan that they had before them to evaluate impacts for. So in compliance with CEQA, they looked at this proposal and they identified what the reasonably foreseeable impacts are. And at that point, we're speculating to some extent. They did the prudent thing, and in many cases, they assumed a worst-case scenario, and so they found significant and unavoidable impacts, which is what you heard up here tonight, that there were many impacts. Well, in the absence of a plan, one option would be to say, well, there's no plan, so there's no impact. But I personally don't think that's a responsible way to go. I think that what you do and what your staff and the consultants did is to say, well, here's the worst case scenario that could happen, and so you determine that those would be significant and possibly unavoidable impacts. But keep in mind that none of those impacts are going to flow from this action that you're taking tonight. There is no development that's going to occur from this action tonight. And a lot of what you heard, I think, is based on I don't want to say confusion, but a misuse of the word project, because you heard tonight that this project has no water. Well, this project is a 4% increase in the sphere of influence. It doesn't need water. Water will be evaluated in the appropriate time in the planning process. It'll be considered at annexation. It'll be considered again when there are development proposals before the city of Elk Grove, should it come to pass. I mean, you heard that the project is not good for groundwater. Again, the project here is not a project that will use groundwater. I think it's important to keep in mind what is before you tonight. Again, if there was a challenge to, I think your staff and your consultants did really a very fine job. I've seen a lot of EIRs in my time also, and this is a difficult project to evaluate because there is no concrete development plan. But in the event that it became necessary to defend this EIR, I would welcome the opportunity to do it, and I'd be enthusiastic about it because I think it's completely defensible, and I think they did an excellent job. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about that. I'd go through some of these comments, but we've been here a long time, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to try to address every impact that was raised.
I think you've done a great job. Do we have any questions about the adequacy of the EIR? No? Okay.
Well, if I may, I'd like to, Jim Gillum and Ed Gillum would like to come up and also respond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ed Gillum, representing the applicant team. We've heard a great deal about water tonight, and as Dan said, it isn't really about water for the project, because there isn't really a project before you. There's a concept before you to approve something that Elk Grove can study to develop a project from. But let me respond to some of the information on water. Somehow I became the water expert. I'd like you to take a look at the MSR, Municipal Services Review, particularly with respect to page 14.
No, go ahead, I have one.
Can we put the screen up, please, the overhead?
Can we get the overhead?
We're going to show it to you so you don't have to dig it out of your binders.
Metro Cable, can we get the overhead, please?
Okay, I've highlighted the bottom of page 14. It indicates on there that the SOI area has 7 water wells. The current use of water in the 1,156 acres is somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 acre feet per year. If you go to page 20, page 20 will tell you that the anticipated water use, and this is using Sacramento County Water Agency use figures, is approximately 2,185 acre feet per year. So the question that the lady, and I thought she was very eloquent about it, but she asked about the water, where's the water going to come from? The water is already there and it's being utilized. We're using somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 gallons, acre feet, per year. The project in an urban form is going to use something less than the 2,500, 2,185 according to this projection. So where is the water? The water's already there. And as it turns out, you actually save water, groundwater, because Sacramento County, Zone 40, is a conjunctive use water district. They use surface water, they use recycled water in addition to groundwater. So the water's already there, but we're going to use more surface water here, enable that area to recharge to some degree. So there isn't a question about whether the water's going to be there or not. It is going to be there. Now, there's another thing, and you have to be very careful when you talk about water in California. Nobody wants to admit they have a surplus or an excess of water. And I don't want to go too far in this direction, but I will tell you
Mr. Gillum,
that
if I can cut you off there, and I appreciate you're raising a very important and valid point that will have to be a robust discussion someday, but I think the point has been made by the previous speaker that this is not an issue for this decision tonight. So I don't want to get into the weeds too much on water volume and acre feet and all that kind of stuff when that's not really germane to the decision we're making this evening.
that's fine for me. And then you do have, by the way, in your recommendation, you have a mitigation measure that will require you to do all the studies that are part of the municipal services review.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Jerry Camillus is going to finish it off for us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Hume, members of the commission, I'm Jerry Camillus, one of the applicants. And first of all, from a county perspective, can you imagine a county where the jobs housing balance was equal across the entire county? Today, the jobs housing ratio for Elk Grove is about 0.6. Even with the areas that have been approved, it only raises it up above 0.8. And Rancho Cordova is above 3. Sacramento is above 2. So, you know, this has relevance to a countywide positive impact. And so I'd like to first of all thank this commission for being here this evening and going through this testimony. And thank you to staff for an extensive analysis on the document and one that's highly defensible. And also I want to thank everybody here that went through the 2-time draft EIRs and the comments that were incorporated into the final EIR this evening. The responses in the EIR and all the other documents are more than adequate to address the issue and to allow you to certify the EIR tonight and vote. Certainly my request would be in favor. But as mentioned many times, the request before you is not a project level approval. This doesn't ask you to amend the general plan, rezone, do development approvals. It's just simply ability to start a very lengthy process, as you heard from the city. And the fact that the city, you know, has supported this process. When we applied, they sent a letter of support for our application. But the fact is to cut my comments really short, the fact is the question is, will this commission allow the city of Elk Grove to go to the next step? You know, why not trust the city to take on the responsibilities of coming back to this commission in several years, because there's a lot of work that has to be done. Technical studies, biological studies, sorting out what the potential impacts are, what is the mitigation, and determining ultimately if the project's feasible. And ultimately coming back to this commission to have you make that same assessment and whether or not these conditions that are provided by LAFCO are met. This is the roadmap that you're providing, not only us, but everybody in this room, and especially the city. And we fully agree with what the staff is recommending, all the mitigation measures, all the conditions. And we support the recommendation of the staff, and we hope that you will see that as well and allow the city of Elk Grove to proceed, because it truly is going to be the city of Elk Grove that's going to come back to you with the annexation request. It's not going to be us. It's going to be as a result of a community process, a public process involving many years and many studies and many conclusions that ultimately result in a mitigation program that ultimately this body will evaluate. So I ask this evening that you approve the staff recommendation, certify the document first, of course, and allow the city to proceed to the next steps. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Jerry. Any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for staff? No? In that case, I'll move to Commissioner deliberation and/or motion. Starting with Commissioner Jones.
Doesn't matter. Right, comments. Thank you to everyone for participating tonight. Participation is a key. LAFCO's local agency formation commissions are supposed to discourage urban sprawl, preserve open space and prime ag land, encourage orderly growth and development of local agencies and municipal services to serve those areas. There's a very critical part of this larger picture that we have not discussed tonight. There are two other SOI applications amendments that are within the urban services boundary and that equate to the similar amount of acreage. There is all these other numbers that folks have talked about that are critical, housing, employment, jobs, etc. That's down the road. The decision tonight is to fulfill the Commission's, the word was used earlier, duty to address this. And I do have problems with tons of information coming at the last minute. However, for example, one of the items submitted by the applicants, dated March 20th, 2017, from comments on the draft EIR from the county, had a few things outlined about how it's not illegal, the urban services boundary isn't a legal document per se. And yet the last two paragraphs on page 4, the county does not agree with the conclusion that approval of the proposed SOI would not result in substantial growth inducement, et cetera, et cetera. It's logical to assume that once municipal infrastructures and services are extended south of Camera Road, then areas to the west and south of the proposed SOI could also be subject to future requests for SOIs, eventual annexation and development. These areas contain agricultural lands, including prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, farmland of local importance, and potential mitigation lands for Swainson Hawk, and the potential loss of which will need to be considered. Furthermore, City of Elk Grove's general plan update includes consideration of 4 study areas outside the existing city limits. A portion of the study areas include the proposed SOI, but it also considers thousands of acres outside the proposed SOI. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume and foreseeable that the City of Elk Grove will eventually pursue these areas as future growth areas, and that approval of this proposed SOI would remove barriers to development of the study area, including expansion of municipal services and services south of Camera Road. This is clearly foreseeable growth inducement that should be acknowledged and evaluated in the EIR. That is contraindicated. This confirms one of the first policies of local agency formation commissions: control urban sprawl. The application is contraindicated to these LAFCO policies. The other concern is, well, we can get into the weeds on all these different issues. I have not seen much difference between this application and the 2013 application. All the issues still exist. 243,000 acre feet taken out in 2010, out of that 273,000 acre feet rechargeable potential for Central Basin. That's still the same. And here we are 8 years later, and we've already gone through a drought. These are specific examples that continue to that are reasons to deny this application. Let's see. I have concerns, governance concerns, that this is driven by developers and private landowners. This is supposed to be a governance, an agency type of decision. And I'm very disheartened that it wasn't the City of Elk Grove application. They have one for, as I mentioned before, one of the two SOIs coming down the pike is by the City of Elk Grove. That seems in accordance with the intentions of Cortese Knox. I find there are a lot of overriding considerations, significant unavoidable impacts. I see no necessary reason to approve that. There's no overriding necessity for accepting 22 significant items of impact. There is not the necessity, again, because we have these two other SOIs with equivalent acreage coming down. Findings of fact have not been presented that shows the necessity for this approval outside the urban services boundary. Because of these very high-level contraindications to LAFCO process, to LAFCO policy, to LAFCO law, I cannot support this application.
Thank you. Who else? Mr. Greenwood?
Thank you very much. Hold on. There we go. Again, along with Commissioner Jones, I'd like to thank everyone for your time and your patience tonight. It's been a long night, and I think we're all probably a bit exhausted, but I appreciate your feedback, your input. This has been a really long, involved process. Hours and hours and hours, not to mention the fact this last year we've been working on going over different things, but reading the EIR, the mitigation reports, sitting in numerous meetings. And I can't tell you how many emails and letters I received that we've had to go through as well. So believe me, I want you, I'm telling you this because it's been totally vetted to us. I think we've heard it from every single angle we can hear it. I don't totally agree with my counterpart, Commissioner Jones. My feeling is I came into this with several concerns, and I think a lot of you who sat in and talked to me and shared with me your information know how I feel. One was water. If you know anything about me, you know I'm about water. I spent the last 14 years as a director on the Carmichael Water District, in addition to serving on the Regional Water Authority and as a chair for the Regional Water Authority. So, I'm very involved. I know what's going on with the Water and Forum Agreement. I'm very in tune to that. Some statements were made on the other side, those opposed to it, that I question, that it has to do with about the amount of water that's available. There was one comment that was said, it's really true. In California, you don't want to share that you have an abundance of water or availability of water. That just doesn't happen. But what you do is you try to manage it and make sure that everyone make sure that they protect their water rights, and that's basically what my whole life has been about as a representative on our water board. But the water issue from my standpoint and what I know about within Sac County, and by the way, there was another statement made. Someone made a comment about groundwater. The water. It's much more complicated than just tapping groundwater. This is not a groundwater issue. This is a water availability issue, but a lot of it's going to be surface water and surface water rights. The urban services boundary was another great concern of mine, because my initial feeling was if it's not within the urban services boundary, why are we even discussing it? But that, and like Commissioner Jones said, that really hasn't changed. What has changed is that originally we were talking close to 8,000 acres originally. That night I was there in 2013 along with Commissioner Jones, and we offered a compromise. And at that time, because the city, who is being faulted now for not being the one who asked for the SOI, they were chastised. And I felt very upset about the fact when we gave them the compromise, they rejected us. It was an all or nothing proposition. And frankly, the majority of this board said, well, then it's nothing. And that's what happened that night, and it collapsed. Tonight's different. We do have a landowner, and there's some developers involved in this that want to make this move here. From my standpoint, I'm also looking at the urban sprawl issue is a big issue. And yes, I'm concerned about urban sprawl, but there's no leapfrogging going on here for one thing. If anything, I think I see orderly growth in terms of that annexation on that corner. That there is going to be a northeast connector, in fact, whether we like it or not, but we have to handle the traffic in this county. I'm in a part of the county that did not do a connector north and south, and this was probably about 40 years ago, and we're all suffering from that. And right now, traffic from my area in the northeast area to come back and go down south, even to go down to LA, it's a mess, and it's only going to get worse. I'd like to say we're not going to have any more growth in population, but you all know that's not going to happen. So we have to manage it the best we can, and I think the Northeast Connector is part of that. This is right at the junction of that, and I think it makes sense. It's a little over 1,100 acres versus 8,000 acres, and I think it's, and I've seen the property. I think most of us have driven down there and gone out and looked at it. And it's also bordered on two sides by solar farms. So from the standpoint of use, yes, prime farmland, again, we look at that, it's 9%. 9% of 1,150 acres is about a little over 100 acres. So I don't see prime farmland being the issue. Back in 2013, prime farmland was an issue because we looked at on the east side, and there was part of that problem, and then along the Cosumnes River. That whole thing is not part of this. This does, to me, make sense. And I think landowners have a right to develop their property within reason. And believe me, I've looked at it from every possible way I could. Jobs back then were a real concern of ours. If we granted this, whether it's really going to create more jobs or just more houses, because there really was a disconnect when it came to the number of rooftops there were. Right now, I think we're looking at, well, not from what I can hear, and some of the people I've talked to, that there will be, in the whole concerted effort to try to create more jobs with that space, a logical place to do it, again, because of transportation. In the end, as it's been said, land use is not our charge. We have no control over that. It comes right down to the county has that responsibility. So we have, but we have to do what our former Commissioner Tooker said, is make a balanced judgment in making our decision. I feel like I've done dug down deep in my heart. I've talked and I've talked and I've listened and I've listened, and I think I've come to the conclusion that I will support this, and I think it's something that makes sense. And so for that matter, I'll hone in on that, and I'll pass it on to my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Peters?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start out with a comment that I think that the people in Elk Grove had a vision for their community when they voted to become a city, and they have moved aggressively on that vision. And this SOI allows them to take a long time to study and plan for their future, and all their residents will have a say in each of those individual plans. Those individual projects will need to comply with CEQA. They'll need to prove they have water. And these projects are needed to produce, to have job production so that the job housing balance gets right with them. And this will take cars off the road. It will reduce vehicle miles traveled. It will reduce greenhouse gas. And it will provide amenities for a high quality of life for the residents, so they don't have to travel on the dreaded 99 and 5 commute in the mornings and evenings. And I wanted to say also, there was a letter earlier that was referred to by Commissioner Jones, that this was the county's official position, and it is not the county's position. It's a comment by the planning director on the draft environmental impact report. So I just wanted to clear that up. So I will be voting in favor of the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Harrison?
Let me begin by first acknowledging and thanking staff. I think the staff report was very comprehensive. I don't agree with all of it, but I think it was very comprehensive, well done. So thank you, staff, for that. And thank you for being available for the meetings that I had with both the proponents and the opponents, 2 each. So we had 2 meetings of each representing both sides of the issue, and the staff was there for that, and much appreciate hosting those meetings for us. I must say that I am disappointed that I had no contact from the city through this process. I believe the property owners there were carrying quite a load, not only on behalf of what's going to happen on that property potentially, but also on behalf of citywide needs. I would have liked to see more from the city directly in terms of a position, perhaps a meeting, but that was not to be. Beyond that, I would acknowledge the city's interest, certainly valid. I did see the presentation made in December. I appreciate and respect the city's interest, but I also respect and must consider countywide interest. As a public member, my responsibility is to vote my conscience after having seen all the information, met with all the various interests, and try to make a decision based upon what I think is in the best interest of the county. But again, respecting the city must do the specific planning and must, in my opinion, take a lead in that area. With that, the EIR, I found it a credible job with respect to pointing out the environmental concerns, several adverse environmental impacts that were deemed to be unavoidable and significant. I found the mitigation monitoring program to be fairly complete, as was the scientific study that went into the impacts. What I didn't find to be very complete was the statement of overriding considerations. I felt it was pretty limited, and I think CEQA guidelines requires that you look at several areas and make findings that there are overriding considerations, economic, legal, technological, environmental. In reading that statement of overriding considerations, I could not find answers to those questions. So I was left feeling that there really aren't at least justified overriding considerations, in my opinion, as to the significant and unavoidable environmental impact. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this action tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashby.
Thank you. First, I just want to apologize for my voice, and I'm having a hard time. I have a cold, but I didn't want to leave you with a 6-person board on a tough issue, so I'm trying to hang in there. So if I look out of sorts, I'm not 100% myself tonight, so that right off the bat there. But I came into this with a really open mind. You know, usually you're sort of leaning as you're coming into these, and I really wasn't on this one. And I met with lots of folks, my staff met with lots of folks, and for me, generally, the way I approach, I've been on LAFCO for a couple of years now. I wasn't here for the last vote, so it's sort of fresh eyes for me on this one. I don't have any of the history of the time that it came before, other than what has been referenced in the reports and documents this time. But generally, the way I go about this is, I know I serve on lots of committees and commissions, many with other members of this board, and I think we try to give each other deference when it's that person's district or jurisdiction or city or region or whatever. But as Commissioner Jones said, this time that was a little tricky because the city isn't really the applicant. And, you know, as Commissioner Harrison referred to as well, when by the city's own admission, when they were up here today, there are still so many questions. And I think that is the crux of this issue. There are two ways to look at it. One is, there's a lot of questions, so let's approve this now and let them take a lot of time to answer them. And the other way to look at it is, maybe this isn't ripe. Maybe it isn't time yet, and some of those questions need to be answered before we take this action. So I think that's why we find ourselves in a mix here. There's just two schools of thought on how to proceed and who's best to make those decisions and hear that through and be a part of it. For me, the principled part of this discussion is because, back up, there are trusted leaders on both sides. As the people came up and spoke, these are good developers, it's good, they're BIA, these are good folks, they do good work, really good people in the community. There are also really good people in the environmental community in this room who I've worked with in the past on big projects that I trust and I believe are subject matter experts. So for me, that was a wash as well in terms of participation. But there are principled issues here. And sort of that's what we all fall back to when we're in these seats and we're elected, and I go through rigorous elections to maintain my seat. And in this position, I represent the city of Sacramento, not just Natomas. And I am the only vote for the city of Sacramento, which is very involved in this discussion and very linked to this discussion. And for me, there are pillars to my role in city governance, and habitat conservation, protection of farmland, and open space are principles for me and for the city of Sacramento. And they are things that we continually come back to. We have some of the highest habitat conservation standards in my corner of this city. And I am honored and privileged to do everything I can to defend those. And I also, by the way, believe that's what makes California so special. That when we take a land use discussion like this, that we talk about things like water, and air, and sand cranes, and Swainson hawks, and traffic, and a guy from Orange County says, hey, I just moved here, I don't want it to be like Orange County again. I think that's what makes us great in California. So protecting that, as Commissioner Jones has very eloquently described, not a surprise because she has a larger role with these land agencies all across the state. That's our job on LAFCO, is to take all of that into consideration before we make this decision. The urban service boundary, the UDA, the SOI arguments are marginally persuasive to me. And really, they're only marginally persuasive because I actually believe that there is a lot of inventory for homes and jobs right now, not just in Elk Grove, but in the whole LAFCO region. I don't believe that our problem is lack of land to use. I can foresee a time, probably not too far in the distant future, when this argument may be stronger, but it doesn't feel ripe to me right now. The argument in favor of there being a housing crisis. I serve on the City of Sacramento's council. We hear that argument every single week for every single thing that we do. And it's not compelling to me in this instance because it's not synonymous with more land. Just because you have land doesn't mean you have housing. Look at a map of the City of Sacramento. Lots of land. That's not the problem. Things like losing redevelopment from the state are a lot big indicator on why we don't have affordable housing than incorporating some piece of land on one of the edges of our region. And so that is a faulty argument built off of a false premise to me. And it doesn't hold up. The SACOG projections on which the applicant relies project out 30 years from now, nearly 30 years from now. So there's time. I mean, that lends itself to that. Even that is longer than the 20 years that the folks are talking about they need for their community to talk. You could wait another 6 years on this decision and still have 20 years before meeting the SACOG projections. So again, I don't think that holds water. It is foreseeable to me that this land could be ripe in the future for such an action. But to take that action now, I believe, would be untimely. And I think could create detrimental precedents on issues that I see as core principles to a body like LAFCO, so I will not be supporting the motion tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Frost.
My initial concerns when I first started reviewing the application kind of came down to some of the questions that were asked while I was meeting with different folks, you know, questions about the urban services boundary and water, and reading through all the mitigation that was going to be required with the EIR. And then I, you know, after studying this entire thing and getting some of those questions answered, I realize this is not an entitlement. This decision is really centered around giving local government an opportunity to plan for their future. And I realize timing is an issue. In Sacramento County, it seems like it takes decades to get projects planned and ground broke. And this is a very unique opportunity in my mind because of the location of this project, in the path of growth, not in a floodplain, situated close to the JPA connector where they may be positioned for funding that could help in bringing good things to life. It's an economic driver. There are a lot of opportunities there, and I appreciate all the testimony. I love the land, and I have an appreciation for water and farmland and habitat and open space. And I know that CEQA, you know, the processes are in place that kind of lead to us planning in a way that allows for all those things with CEQA. So I think at the end of the day, I keep going back to local control and having Elk Grove have the opportunity to take their time and plan something that will address all these issues. And I also feel that it's important for them to fix this problem that they have with jobs. It creates an opportunity for a job center. You know, when we talk about traffic and congestion and more miles and greenhouse gas, there's a lot to be said about air quality and congestion. And I know I I always avoid Highway 50 and Sunrise on my way home because of all the, traffic associated with the congestion. So having the JPA connector is hopefully going to give us some relief from that. And this is an opportunity for Elk Grove to possibly capitalize on some funding opportunities and growth around that connector. And at the end of the day, I realize this decision is not entitling, it is not land planning. This is just a decision to allow the city of Elk Grove to move forward and take a look at this while they're at the same time updating their master plan. The timing is going to work well for them, and I feel in my heart that opportunity for them is important in the planning of their local economy. So I'm happy to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. It's getting late and we have one more item, so I won't belabor the issue too much, but I also want to thank all the speakers who came out and spoke on this item, especially those that we had given the block of time to, because you make a very valid argument and you represent things and places that don't have a voice of their own in these discussions, and so I appreciate you coming out and making all of those points. And I want to thank staff particularly for the recommendation of approval. I think that's a huge shift out of this body, and Elk Grove, we certainly appreciate it. And let me tell you why. And this, the gentleman that mentioned that we all had darker hair back when the county plan was being adopted and the USB was being established, Elk Grove has been the whipping post for land use planning in the region for decades. And I'll tell you that when this was before Elk Grove was even a city, but this land, this area was included in the original proposal of the USB. In fact, it was one of the preferred areas for development because it's marginal class 3, class 4 soils. It's outside the floodplain. It's between two major transportation corridors. But what happened is a very wealthy land developer at the time literally took a Sharpie and drew a big X on this area and drew a big circle out on the area that he wanted included out in the Sunrise Douglas area. And so what happened is they then squeezed the balloon of the USB, contracted this area, and blew it out there. This is all factual stuff that happened. So then when we became a city, we got kind of a bad rap because we were known as the fastest growing city in the United States. Well, a lot of that was due to the fact that we added 13,000 residents overnight when we annexed in the Laguna West portion of the city. And so we got, I think, a characterization as being pro-sprawl or pro-growth or whatever that we've taken a long time to try and correct. And so as was presented on this slide, the Southeast Policy Area was the first truly city-initiated specific plan, and it was initiated by the city during the downturn in the economy when we could set forth our priorities and not be responding to pressures from development. And that's why, even though for some folks it's not enough, it's almost a third employment uses. It's the most aggressively designated employment to housing specific plans adopted in the region. And so there's a synergy that has to happen. And let me address something with the connector, because I think it's being used as an inducement tonight when it's not. The general plan for the city of Elk Grove, which always anticipated this area as a study area for potential future growth, was approved in 2004. The Connector Joint Powers Authority was not formed until 2006. So this area was contemplated by the city of Elk Grove with or without a connector that exists there, because we recognize, one, the corridor between the two major freeways, and two, because of the synergy that creates with the land use, particularly the Southeast Policy Area immediately to the north. And we've made a lot of investment in the infrastructure in the area. And we're trying to be in charge of our own destiny, and we're asking for the opportunity to go together and get out the paintbrushes and start seeing what looks right and what doesn't, and come back and ask for permission to move forward. We don't need this land today. We won't need it tomorrow. But as was put forth in Christopher's calculations, if you use those projections, which come from SACOG, and which are the regional growth, and then how much of that growth is allocated to Elk Grove, the numbers take care of themselves. You take, 46,000 population, divide that by an average of 2.3 people per household. That tells you how many households you're going to need. 19,000 jobs in that time frame. That tells you a good idea of the acreage you're going to need for that employment use. And so you can see that with a certain rate of absorption, by the time we're coming back with this annexation or any other annexation, we will have been developing toward that area. And so, that's really, it's not 20 years out, it's 15 years out, 2035 time frame. So I think there's some conditions in this that the applicant agrees with, that the city agrees with. I apologize, we were not more engaged in the process. Again, it was kind of one of those do we or don't we sort of situations. Maybe we should have been more engaged than we were, but we are definitely supportive of this project, and I will make the motion to approve staff's recommendation, including the errata that was provided on the dais.
I think we're getting ready to vote here.
Why is he allowed to vote on this? I mean, I just... By statute, there is no conflict. And
Ms. Pesci, if you'll sit down, council will answer that question.
By statute, and I'll give you the cite.
Accusing yourself on this issue.
By statute, California law, all 7 members are entitled to vote and are required to vote, even though the project is within one member's jurisdiction.
Okay, so with that, I have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Frost. All those in favor say aye or signify by the vote on the screen. And with that, the motion passes 4-3. Yeah.
Done. Congratulations. Please. Yeah. Don, the meeting, why don't we continue the next item?
It's basically, we're going to mirror all that acreage to the north, down to the south. I think it was all inclusive of staff's recommendation.
If we could clear the room quietly, the meeting has not been adjourned. Thank you. Please quietly remove yourself and your conversation from the room.
Folks, we have one more item on the agenda. If you could please.
A lot of slides. I'm done.
Chairman, may I make a motion? May I propose something?
Yeah.
May I propose that we continue the balance of the tonight's agenda at our next meeting?
Okay.
Take no longer than 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's been a long night and everyone's tired.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Greenwood, a second by Commissioner Frost to continue item 8 to date certain of the next LAFCO meeting.
Wait.
What is on?
There is concern about timing. The comment period
I'm
closes
sorry,
on
I
the
cannot
12th.
hear anyone. Can we take a 2-minute stay?
Take your
until we clear
conversations
the room?
outside, please. We're still in session. Please take your comments outside. Sorry, my house.
It's like pulling teeth, though.
Right.
I know it. I know it.
Right. See, we're going to do it in 5 minutes. We're going to do it in 5 minutes.
Okay, EO, you were saying there's a timing issue?
There is a time-sensitive component. The draft DIR is on the street, has been on the street, and the comment period closes on the 12th, so we wouldn't be able to get back to the commission at the open house. I think we can forego the PowerPoint presentation by the consultant. It states essentially laying out the CEQA process, which we've had a lengthy discussion about this evening, and we can invite public comment from anyone who would like to make.
Okay, let's move straight to public comment then. I do have 4 speaker slips, but only one of the individuals is in the audience still. So, Mr. Rothenberg, you are back up again, please.
Thank you. I would just
If
say...
I could just clarify, the project that's before the commission is the Bilby Ridge Sphere of Influence Amendment Draft Environmental Impact Report Public Workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as I'm new and I haven't really dove through that, I'm sure it's a large document. I just have generally same concerns. And then it would be particular to mitigation and whether there's performance measures or identifying who's responsible, how that gets reported and tracked. So,
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have an email list that maybe Mr. Rothenberg could get on and be notified of?
Yes.
Would you like that? I mean, I hate to.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any other comments from commissioners?
Just a quick clarification. This was the public workshop to take comments on the draft environmental impact report, and we have until February 12th to, as commissioners as well as members of the public, to submit comments. Correct?
Correct. Were you postponing?
That is correct.
Are you postponing the workshop?
We just did it.
We just did it.
Okay.
We received comment on the EIR.
Great. Okay.
Okay. Any,
Officially close the workshop.
We're closing the...
do I have? We'll officially close the workshop then. Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.